Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ratman Horatio, and this is more Vermintide. That's right, I'm still playing Vermintide. I swear it's not addiction. I'm posting the alerts right now, as I speak. I'm joined once again by longtime friend Forden. He will be joining me and helping me throughout. And yes, my good friend will help me. So that, I need to post a stream alert over in my primary Discord. And it's there. Good. Great. Excellent. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and say this, that if you're watching this on YouTube and you have any questions about Vermintide 2, ask them. Put it in the comments. I'll answer it as best as I can. Of course, I'm sure that anyone with questions could consult someone else, like that dude with 9,000 hours. But hey, sometimes a personal touch and not just being directed to an FAQ is what people are looking for. Alright. So, in just a moment here, Vermintide 2 will be launched. Ford is already in, and he is already ready. Yep, there we go. Good, great, excellent. Sorry if you hear anything weird. I had to slightly adjust my pop filter. It got nudged at some point. Oh good, watching the audio levels on OBS says that the adjusting the pop filter didn't actually make any noise. Alright, so for Deru, invite to Libby. You know, it's been a long time since I've seen the unupgraded Tall's Horn Keep. Sometimes you just forget. So, first off, first to the boot, that was the latency of Ford joining. That happens. Alright, so whenever you spawn into a level, if you have chest, you can press C on if you're playing on PC, and it will open up your commendation chest, your spoils of war. And then you can open them. Good to know. You can press P to quickly go over to Loners and claim your daily reward. You can press O to access Aukrey's challenges and take a good look at your quests right out the gate. I have some for quick play. I have tomes. I'm going to re-roll the quick play because I don't feel like doing that today. Grimoires and tomes. Completely doable. Remember to check your weeklies to see what's up. You can't re-roll. I don't think you can re-roll any of your weekly quests. Event quests. You good, Ford? Ford might have had a... I think Ford had a crash. These things happen from time to time. Vermintide 2, you've heard me whinge about it previously if you're familiar with my work. The game's been out for a few years, and it doesn't have the level of polish I'd like. And I don't mean graphical fidelity. The game can be as ugly as sin. I played Cruelty Squad, for God's sakes. I streamed that a lot. And I loved it. I loved every hour I put into Cruelty Squad. With this, I just mean... I want it cleaned up. I want the bugs fixed. I want the issues of sad, sudden adult death syndrome fixed. If you follow me on Twitter, you saw me tweet out a highlight from a previous stream where I was playing with some of the associates, where I was playing as Sienna, I jumped and walked forward, and then my character just died randomly.
Getting nippy out, don't you think?
I sent you an invite for it. I'll send you another one just in case. There's Forden. What Telge? I will say, it bothers me ever so slightly, Ford, that you're using the dwarf
Can't say I've seen many elves abroad
character
in the
portrait.
Empire, apart from those marching to
I think that's the dwarf character portrait. I have to sneeze, I apologize.
after a fashion, but why with us? You and us lot.
Well, maybe I find you efficient.
Alright,
In
I've
your
got the
own
sneeze out of my system.
play sort of way.
You know,
What's that supposed to mean?
get it
Just
fixed.
forget I said anything.
Alright, so what we're doing today, I think, Ford has many more weapons to unlock and challenges to face whenever it comes to Okri's challenges, in order to unlock some of the DLC weapons. And I'd like to do that, because, well... what's the phrase? A bad craftsman blames his tools, but an experienced craftsman without any tools is not a craftsman at all. You think you're good. Alright, he's actually unlocked all of his stuff. Alright. Then I'm just going to sign us up for Blight Reaper, because I need to beat Blight Reaper on Legendary difficulty. We don't need to go for Tomes and Grims, because fuck Blight Reaper and getting all the Tomes and Grims. As I've selected it, I've decided I don't want to do this. I do not want to do this. Blight Reaper sucks.
Oof, embedded.
Then let's return.
Oh, no, not this again.
You know what? Screw it.
The order is. Oh, you didn't listen?
Well, yes, I didn't. Me play talk.
We'll go into Fortunes of War, get some warm-up in, get a practice in. Our first run of the day will be something that doesn't matter. We're going in on Cataclysm difficulty because Ford and I don't play Cataclysm. And I've been doing a lot of Recruit and Veteran recently while tutoring, in quotes, newer players. Showing off Tome and Grim locations for new players so they can quickly gain XP.
Some no-good Northlander whippersnapper has been meddling with my magic. They've seen what we're up to and are trying to get there first. Which means you need to grab whatever the dwarfs hid in the statue before they do, and bring it back to the keep.
Alright, so Fortunes of War is something you get for collecting all the runes in the Back to Uber's Reichs maps, and it's notoriously difficult.
Nearby, my bunnies. Seek it out.
Strength pot. Remember to grab things.
More potions.
Go around, lead the bots to the stuff, because they're not going to use it, but they will grab it. Now, it's worth mentioning, Fortunes of War is difficult to an extent, because it requires you to basically just have ammo sustain, or just be good enough with your weapons and your the equipment you have to not have to worry. I have ways to get ammo back, Ford has ways to get ammo back, maybe. No, he didn't take Kurno's reward, so he's just gonna be... he's got javelins. We'll be fine.
Potion cash.
Tell Saltspider to grab this speed potion. Come, potion, lend me vigor. Alright. Now, standing out in the open is a horrific decision that I don't recommend.
Too much noise. They're coming.
Alright, keep your eyes open. We need to drop the Rattling Gunners as quick as we can.
Everywhere, and I thought I'd be bored.
The first wave spawns a bunch of Rattling Gunners.
Try not to die.
Rat gunners. Someone draw their fire.
Sure that wasn't what it means to mess with us? Yeah, that rattling's done for. Ah, you can
There's the Rat Ogre. Please.
Bloody hell, sounds like a rat ogre. Regular rat. Come on! Not enough. Either it's the worst for them. Yes, he killed the hut rat. Go on! Again! I can take it.
Mates, this is how it's done.
Lucky black fur. Black rat.
Watch it. Oh, I thought I dodged that. I didn't.
Stop squirming.
Strike them down! They're coming!
Fight on! To the last!
You should
Got him.
tend your wounds,
Well, you
One
did.
Eye.
See that? Be around. Reckon I can take this complete.
Alright, it's worth mentioning that whenever you're doing combos and whatnot, if you accidentally mess up, you can reset your hits by blocking quickly. You can just tap block and it'll reset your combo.
You do holy work now. Do not run.
Alright, I'm gonna tag the health potion over here so that Barden takes it. Barden.
A vile stench won't save this fire, lad.
That glow rat is charging. Get out of it.
There's one way off in the distance. See if I can get a...
Sigma grant me strength.
Oh, you bastard.
Now I'm pissed off.
Damn it! I thought I'd gotten enough range on him. I did not get enough range. Dwarf is down. I'm down. Saltspire has me.
Let me patch my wound.
One less stunner, rot hell.
God damn it.
Frisky, eh?
The Chaos Warrior's had enough. Over there, Lumberfoots. A Chaos Warrior.
Hanging by a thread here. I still need your strong right arm. Go back. Bloody hell, we've only got him killed him. Only hurts when I
God.
laugh. When I breathe.
So the problem I'm running into is they're sliding a little bit. And that's normal. They do that.
That's better. One less chaos
Unfortunately, I'm an idiot and I keep just not reacting in time. I keep expecting them not to slide like they're doing.
killing throwback.
So I'm just eating a lot of unnecessary damage.
Service, sir. We all crack heads in the same cause.
Same cause. Yes, of course. We are so alike. Looks like we lost One Eye. I die. Return me to the soil.
You're a bit bloody hell. Keep them busy. I've something special to prepare.
I used an incendiary. It was worth it in my opinion. Spawn of Chaos. Okay, where are the bots? They're not respawning. So this is
See that mass of flesh and horror? It's a chaos spawn.
Wrangler!
Packmaster done.
Oh, I'm down. I'm screwed.
Munching on Kruber.
If it makes you feel any better, he threw his hook at you really far. Also, the bot's not respawning kinda put us in a bad way. Is that a Cataclysm thing where you don't respawn after you die? I probably should have popped healing and just... If I had healed myself whenever I heard the Chaos Spawn, you know, arrive. Yeah, I took a lot of unnecessary damage there. My reflexes from playing on, what's it called? Aren't good. From playing on, Recruit and Veteran difficulty. It happens. After seeing me play Vet yesterday, bots are actually useful. What do you mean? Anything higher they remove? Yeah, the bots' capabilities of dealing with specials and monsters on low difficulty, it's fine. It's perfect. Recruit, Veteran, Champion, entirely acceptable. Legend and higher, it becomes... not good. I might as well take a quick peek at my, challenges. Complete all Helmgart missions with all careers on Champion. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at Sienna. Pyromancer. You know what? Ford, are you up for doing all of the campaign missions on Legend difficulty? We don't need to get Tomes, we don't need to get Grims, but we should go for them anyways. Because I have to play as my least played class. Yeah, I gotta play as Pyromancer. So Pyromancer is wildly unpopular because it's not very good. So enhanced power, that's for range. On the precipice, increase ranged power by 15% when at or above critical overcharge. No longer slowed from being overcharged in Blazing Echo.
I know you only tolerate us, Carillion, so why not go home?
I cannot. Not
So how do I explain what this build is? So... Weapon, I don't necessarily need this, but I have options. You know, I think I'm gonna take sword because, yeah, sword isn't what I'm here for, but... So, in theory, the plan, TM, is get to high overcharge, and then career skill. And theoretically, if I crit, I get my career skill back, and I can cast it again, and again, and again. I'm high crit the build. So, in theory. Actually, you know, I'm gonna look over her talents again, see damaging multiple enemies in one swing. Yep, that's fine. Actually gonna switch. Yeah, I gotta use the fire sword. The fire sword has infinite cleave on its first charge attack because the game registers it as a shield bash type move. I'm taking this because, yes, enhanced power for increased ranged. Increased ranged power isn't necessarily mandatory. Okay, critical mass. Critical strike chance based on overcharge level up to 30%. Nah, hell with it. I'm using this build. Well, Yeah. Alright, I am good to go, in theory. We'll take it from the top, start at Rachel stand, and work our way up.
One of my tutors told me much about elven mages.
There is little to tell. They are secretive and arrogant.
I need a
They are
distraction
secretive and arrogant.
for just the
Yes,
fellows to make
indeed.
it for me. Ring out them bells, as me mother used to say. The bells in question are in Elmgart's Temple of Sigmar. Give 'em a good clatter, and you'll draw every iron blade for miles around. Why, you ask? Our friendly neighbourhood magic spy, Alicia, needs to gather vital intelligence on the Skittergate. Figure you could help her out.
Alright, so in heavy, quote, the plan is to gather all the tomes and grims and get through all of the levels. It's a pretty straightforward, pretty nondescript thing to do.
We're the best loaner at hand.
Before Chaos Wastes and Weaves were added, this was literally the only way to play the game. You went through the stories, probably through quick play. There's immediately a Storm Vermin Patrol. There's the Storm Vermin Patrol.
Against flame, Black Ratty!
Me fly through.
One wriggled rascallion! Ooh, mud!
No damage taken. Perfect.
Through here!
No more fires.
Gas rat! Black rat! Gas rat! Throwing!
Bugger! It's going to blow! Wrestling gun!
Remember, my build is heavily reliant on RNG.
You bigger, Dory!
This is but the start of the slaughter, darlings. So, the rattling's dead.
I either crit and things die, or I don't and I'm suddenly in a difficult situation.
Shield up! Feet are planted! Now let's crush them! Show them no fear, Dory!
There is no excuse.
Oh! Give a man a moment, will ya?
Dead and written. Nice work, Mayfly.
This is our street, darlings.
Oi! The really can go an extra mile today. A mile fitted with corpses! Aurelian! Kill the fire, Brady, while you still can!
Keep back! Gas
Move
rat!
it, dear.
Rattling! I'll roast him!
I see the path. Follow me.
Didn't feel a thing.
The rattling is our problem no more.
Can we come back in the morning? This is horrible.
Well, I seem to be doing okay now.
Quit your yammering. There's a Chaos Warrior near.
First tome of the level, yoink.
Check your aim, Al.
First damage of this run. Friendly fire from the elf. Yeah. Recruit has messed you up. Your reflexes are shot, aren't they?
Gates open.
Oh, that's just a fucking lamp oil. No one cares about lamp oil.
Stairs, meat flies, stairs. The Poxhorn have been busy.
Chaos warrior, he controls
The Chaos Warrior's fallen.
Here's a healing drop.
That was pretty clean dealing with a Chaos Warrior.
Healing draft here.
No, everyone's all, like, set up.
We need to flank that thing.
Revolting. Could be worse. Then Alex reached his last.
That's no ordinary
More
flame.
fire thrower
Look
above.
out!
Alright, I'm hitting it. Take the high ground and hold the high ground, hopefully.
Fire out close.
Fire! Ah! We'll kill them all.
Come out, sneak rat. Ha! Dead assassin. Not for tight.
Storm vermin.
Rally gun. There. Just another.
Meet you. Slow. Out of the way.
Now I'm pissed off. Right, Storm. Feel that gritty some wind from my arms.
Nope.
All talent, no training.
They're everywhere, and I thought I'd be more.
Watch out.
Look, the reality is, lives here, we can go.
You're a bit bloody, Elf. We'll use the lifting platform. War fire.
What in Drakira's name is in this book?
What's place? Yeah, yeah, that plague just ran through them and started stabbing you in the ass aggressively.
You need aid, Kruber. Chaos Warrior, stand ready.
Ravage Dart. Ammo. I don't need it, and you don't need it.
To me, winds of magic. We'll show that fire rat how it's done. Everything hurts.
You look pale, wizard.
Hear that? Over there! Like an assassin!
Please. Was there goddamn patrol?
You think that's a lot? Ha! Lumberjack. This is nothing.
Ah, a strangler. Only good for brats, a dead one.
That frost is getting closer.
You know your way around a big fight, Salad.
Thank you, Bardin. I guess all those years in the battlefield have paid off.
You know what? The lift is a good place to hold out. I've apparently pulled the aggro of a Chaos Warrior?
This is where we stand and play
That's impressive.
That's what we call a
Alright, there's a horde coming behind us. They're stuck. Hold on. Oh, God's sake.
This door may fly.
Assassin!
Someone kill that light burner.
Sometimes enemies get stuck. And that's what we're seeing here. There were a whole lot of enemies stuck in this corner. Alright, they're cleared out.
It's there! Chaos warrior!
Alright, that's the horde taken care of, nice and cleanly.
This wizard has a message for you.
We'll give them all out! Right here, right now! Bugger! Going! Where's the sorcerer? I'm a doorway! I'll have to do more than that.
That rot hell might test us, Mayflies.
A potion!
Chaos warrior down! Bet that's an assassin, yeah? There, just what we need.
There are a bunch of potions that way, but I don't think we need them at the moment. That and the first Grim of the level is going to be nearby.
Understand, Mayflies.
There's a hook rat coming for us.
Look,
Face me
it's not my fault. It isn't my fault. What the hell was that?
It's this way.
Okay, I can see why Pyromancer is widely considered the worst career on the worst character.
The wind. The sorcerer torments them.
That was a spectacular amount of nonsense. They're down below. Or up above?
That's a storm sorcerer! Cut him to little pieces!
That's a leech and no mistake.
Fire! Too much! Too much!
Where the bloody humans right by? Oh, doesn't matter.
Remember, we gotta get the Grim, or at least go for it.
Listen, black.
There he is. I got a hit marker, and it didn't die. I'm upset.
Light stormers
There we go. Alright, I'm going down. I'm gonna tell Barden to take it. If we lose it because Barden dies, we lose it because Barden dies. These things happen.
This is the door.
These stairs go up!
They really need to put... like, no one mains Sienna. I've never met someone who mains Sienna. I've never seen someone supposed to be a Sienna main. And I can see why. Like, sure, she can, like, deal with things eventually TM through the use of Lingering Flame. Sure, she's got really good crowd control. But, like, that's one of those classic, yes, any character can deal with crowds eventually.
Found another
Bomb.
vault. Hook rat over there! Poor little hook rat! What a shame!
Oh, I've overheated. I committed the cardinal sin of forgetting. I thought I had one more cast in me. I did not, in fact, have another cast in me.
Here, this is the door. On it, the blight stormer.
Let's see how best to tie this off.
Happy.
Hookrat's dead.
Found ammunition for you lot.
Spawn of Chaos.
This doorway! Move!
Four.
Send that bugger back into the pit. Hurt.
Darling.
Not a bad strike, as you'll get. No,
That is, in heavy quotes, the build. That was the entire strategy.
It's back then, I guess. Wind versus flame. No contest at all.
Oh, right. You reckon you got your job?
I hear the hook rat up. There's an assassin, there's a hook rat, there's things dropping from the ceiling. There's a Chaos Warrior coming down.
What's the matter, Kazaki? You can't get up.
But ladies and gentlemen, that was the build. That was just roll 6 crits in a row.
Medical supplies.
Statistical probability is my weapon. Alright, Kruber, I'm gonna tell Kruber to take the tome because he's got a healing pot and not a thing with the stuff in the air.
Blight Stormer!
I hear Stormer outside that door.
Dims my flames with a hotter ratty. You.
Incoming horde.
Gates jammed. Any ideas? Is that cannon look intact? Maybe that crane's not loosened.
Sorry.
No sticky!
I adjusted my aim by like a few pixels and it just, you know, did the classic, you were suddenly aiming at a pole. So the circle changes.
I can go.
I hear the hook rat. We're just waiting for the hook rat.
Packmaster's dead!
Good work.
Don't underestimate that warp fire thrower!
Magic. Consuming me.
There's a windy witch, but we can just ignore.
Oi! Rinbarazzi! You hear that gas?
Yes.
Wanna fight? We found a chaos warrior.
Failed disaster. Death is too good for you.
Ooh, that came out quick. Ow! Punched me in the face.
I'll not have another one of those.
Sorry, I had a cough. I turned as far away from my mic as I could, but it still registered really clearly.
Lucky shot, Mayfly. Leech.
There's a second one. They're on the other side of that wall, being Wazak. Oh, they just teleported to you. How nice of it. I need to take a sip of my drink here, sorry.
Stormer, he's close.
Better.
Bobwitch Blightstormer's dead.
Hit it when you're ready. Hit it when you're ready. What tell you?
Such style. Was the gate too small a target?
Got him. Alright, good old-fashioned horde. Just a little itty-bitty horde. We've got a double assassin.
I see a wolf fire thrower.
They're still near. I hear them breathing.
Another dead gutter runner.
Giving Sienna a good old-fashioned haircut, eh?
Medicine and bindings.
You talent wizard. My sisters could teach you a thing or two. Assuming you improve first.
You make a trip to the forest realm sound so appealing to me.
Won't be any worse than here.
Healing draft, mayflies.
It's either me or Kruber.
Tired of patching you up, Kruber. One day I would.
Hook rat, you see it?
Ha! A dead master is a sight for song.
Speed potion.
Come on, up here. Bearers, you'll burn the same.
There's... Yeah, I was gonna say, there's a hook rat somewhere.
Yes, it's funny. Black rat. Sure it's
Don't worry, focus on the hook rat. Okay, someone got it. Horde.
Black rat over here. Tingling everywhere. Time to burn.
Why is there a tickling deep in my nose?
Killed the hook rat. We've got gas incoming.
Please, just go across.
I'm still standing.
Remember, just because you can hit through walls doesn't mean the enemies can't. Alright, horde's cleared. I'm going across for the Grim. I've had an itching in my nose for, like, the entire horde, and it's starting to drive me insane. Alright, let's see if Ford can do the platforming that I failed to do. Or, I guess I'll just go for it again. And oh, the itching, the tickling sensation. It's like being on the brink of having to sneeze.
The high and mighty elf is hitting me.
Alright, I made it across.
Gas rat. Do not see it.
Compelling.
No more poison rat, darlings.
I'm gonna give it to Kruber, because Kruber can't use potions, and I'm not exactly ecstatic with my survival chances.
Some lumber
desperate times only.
Oh, deep itching, tickling in my nose. It is unacceptable. Excuse me a moment. I really need to take care of this.
It's Scuddy as alive as a drumbeat. No more
Alright.
kills for you, assassin.
Nose is blown. Itching and tickling is gone. If you're wondering why,
That's a boy.
it is not gone. It is worse. I can feel it in the bottom of my eye. This is the worst timeline.
Go softly. Fire that. See? Over there.
Not sure there should be this much blood.
Can you keep going, Talon?
No more fire at.
Haha, you want another sneaky?
Another one. Field is already a little cranky.
I take out my frustrations where I can with it. Because they'll be uproar if I shoot what I hear.
I hate this. I have to try and take care of it again. I apologize. All right. I might be good for a little bit.
Strangler! Over there, kill it!
The Backmaster's done for!
One last gas from the sorcerer.
Hack that blight stormer down before his wind kills us all! Come on,
God,
over
after
there.
this map, I'm gonna have to, like, go do something about my
You know,
god
how do you want
darn
my
nose.
bits?
Oh. My nose.
You're a perfect assassin, Not so good in a fair
Don't make a
fight,
cheeky
assassin.
target for the blade.
Ah! No! Counter-attack!
Oh. I still have to sneeze.
Hogger, I'm still standing. Do it proper. Anything the elf can kill, I can kill even more. She's doing all right, though. Look at that.
They're assassin eyes in the dark.
Doesn't he sound happy? Let me tend these wounds.
Scares go up.
My poor nose. I didn't think blowing my nose would make it worse, but it does. It made it so much worse.
Rattling gun, somewhere close.
Corpses everywhere. Oh, no, hell,
You'll see.
Ammunition here.
Rot hell dead.
Stand up, save battle, Jana. Chaos warrior, to me. Raki assassin.
Call fire thrower!
See, Mayflies? That watch after wasn't so bad. Time for a potion. Hush your yelping, Gruber.
We're here, and about time too.
Don't let it hook you.
Great joy, little one. Strike the bell.
Oh, goodness. Hold on, I'm gonna try blowing my nose again. This shouldn't be as much of an issue as it is, but my god, is it distracting. Why have you done it now, you fool?
Where's the gobble hiding? No fun if you don't join in, Donnie.
Alright.
Who wants to be the gobble?
I think I'm okay. The tickling sensation is mostly gone. We had time. You never know.
I've a message from us for you. Black rat! Kill that scrub! Bloody black rat!
Just that is dead.
Oh. Alright, despite showing the cheese spot to our friend yesterday, we're not using it because we're better than that. TM.
Top of the bloody pieces!
Wrestling! Look out! A strangler!
Why did it get stuck there?
Keep moving! Look at where he's got it!
Watch out for berserkers. I think I hear a couple coming.
Rat Kataki! Kill that Slovaneer! New priority! Kill that warp fire thrower! Now! Nicely done, Dorky. I've done one cover us now. Kataki Doom and armored!
Running! Inside! On!
I smell rat poison.
Stand back! It's going to explode! Run! We're on to see it.
Come on in, you blackbird!
I agree.
Alright, statue started to move.
After all!
He's bloodshot. Ha! Straight.
Yeah.
So graceful now, baby, till he
Yeah. You can go from good to on the ground in a second because of berserkers.
Definitely felt
Oh, I didn't see that in time.
your wounds, sir. A warrior rat, I'll have it.
suppose that's my blood.
That's still a vermin about to charge. Stop that, Sharon!
I killed a wolf.
Oh, he What a bad time to have it explode.
Bombs away!
You stink stronger than you try.
Oh well, we lost a tome.
Someone kill that bombardier! I don't like the look of that. Yes!
Like I said, the Berserkers and Plague Rats, they will take you from full health to on the ground to dead in like a combo and a half.
We done?
We have to grab the tome that Kruber dropped. We lost to Grim, but that's okay. These things happen.
Watch out for your mates. We'll get through this.
Here, ride this.
Down we go. Ford and I both know that if we get down here, it just ends. We don't need to worry about the bots. Whew. Like, from an experienced player standpoint, there's a certain priority that goes on in the back of your head whenever you're dealing with, like, the game. Like, okay, you hear a disabler, or you see a disabler. They are priority. It doesn't matter if there's, like, a rot helm in front of you. It doesn't matter if you're dealing with a monster. You deal with that disabler first. Once you've dealt with the disabler, then you can go back to dealing with either the special or the elite that's harrying you. That's not entirely true whenever it comes to Berserkers, because Berserkers will burst you down in a second the moment... Like, if you don't get enough space, they will kill you. They will, without issue, kill you. Alright, I need to take a short BRB. It will not be long. But these things happen. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I have returned. As Ford talked serious trash while I was gone. Ford says that feel when they are the hardest enemy in the game for him. And Berserkers are just so weird. So, I guess this is advice for Ford. This is advice I need to internalize and use. But the quick swipes from the Berserkers can be easily blocked. What you do is you block during that. And whenever you see them winding up their big hit, you know, the one where they rear back with both arms, or the Berserker slows down, stops attacking, brings his arms back in order to do the big slam, that can be easily dodged if you dodge to the side properly. And you can get some hits in during that. If you're not confident, keep your guard up, dodge to the side, wait for them to do it. If you don't take the hit, immediately drop your guard and start smacking. Put your guard right back up afterwards, because you're only going to get like 1 hit in. Maybe 2 if you stumble. But berserkers are incredibly dangerous, and it's just something you gotta get used to dealing with. Like, we played for hundreds of hours, and we still get taken off guard by them. Right. So that was the first map, and that didn't take us... It took us way longer than it should have, but these things happen. Oh boy, Ford, it's Convocation of Decay. And I guess the worst part of what I'm doing here is that I have to play as Sienna. I have to play as Pyromancer.
So, Krubers...
Okay, hold on. Let me go over my talents real quick. That's good, that's fine. This is a pain in the ass, and I want to get rid of it. Alright, so that... Like, I'm gonna say this now. I hate that... I hate how this build, like, lends itself. Like, oh, how are you gonna build her? Well, you build for crit, and that's really your only option. But what if you want to do ranged? Then you're running inefficient for, like, 80% of the time. Like, I hate Ride the Firewind. Sure, it can be good, and it's always just, oh, you just get plus to ranged power. But it just varies so wildly. I like the consistency. And the increased attack speed that you can get with One with the Flame, and Martial Study is great and all, but it's just annoying. God, I hate this. Alright, let's try a different weapon. Let's take the normals. No. I'm gonna take a weapon I never use. I'm gonna take the dagger. No one uses the dagger other than speed demons who like to use the tech to move faster.
Mayflies, deaf to all except their own egos.
Alright, Convocation of Decay.
Take your time. Let the right ones first.
One last look over my build as I'm... Oh, what am I doing with this? There's discussions of Halloween candy going on in the background. I apologize. The deals on full-sized candy bars. Alright, I'm ready as I'm gonna be. I'm taking the dagger, which I'm not super familiar with on a map that's probably the hardest vanilla map. So, we'll figure it out. Fucking figure it out, bud.
I'm hearing that
Take a
the
look at that
auspice
fucking
of
treasure
the
trail.
Shining Sacrament has received unwelcome attention. Chaos sorcerers, and maybe something worse. There's something extraordinarily wicked in the works, so get down there and put a stop to it.
Alright, what makes this level hard, TM, is the finale event is just so damn brutal. You can say that it's fine to drop down out of the arena all you like, but that's not an option for me because for some reason my graphics are scuffed. And I just can't see. If I drop down, that might be fixed now that the night modifier's over, but who knows. First tome is on top of this bed here.
That revolting trail might be blunt. Inside! Ah! Ammunition here!
Was there always this obnoxious flame graphic around my vision?
Right, assassin, show yourself.
Meet me treated, little one.
There's a gas racky somewhere close by.
Don't underestimate that warp fire thrower.
Alright, I'm gonna check these side rooms real quick. Speed
One of
potion.
the sisters of Shalia lost her mind. Slit above the throat and vanished into the wild.
Here, we're heading down.
Ocean! Poison rat! Fire and brimstone! That gas rat's going to explode!
I'd like my vision back, please.
Say if you must, but fight.
Grab a door in the shield. Up to you. Get behind. I could do this all day. Two feet. Business, I'll give you that.
The sleek it wretch.
Oh, you got blind, elf. Can't argue with that, you. Spot a warp fire thrower.
Alright, the reason I was hanging out against that wall there was to try and give Ford enough room to throw his javelins. Berserkers.
That's dead! Taste that for days!
Bow troll.
There's a hook rat coming for us!
Down these steps. I thought you were resilient. Failed child.
I know you, Jack. See you also fly.
What a shame. Really, game?
Where the bloody Uber's right? Bloody hell, you're assaulting my undeserving arse. Troll, Bogart.
That all you've got?
Oh, get off of you filthy bugger.
Oh, that's absolute pain in the butt.
You're more happy to kill, Sergeant. My mother hits hard on the back. You stink stronger than you
Kruber, I need you to get up.
Look at that armored brute. We're blatant sense.
Winwich there! See these steps?
Stop burning.
Sorry.
kill the sorcerer. Unless you like wigs. Weapons up. Fight like it's payday.
There's a chaos warrior near.
I got really unlucky with my crits there. I stacked all the odds in my favor, and it still didn't quite go.
Just in time to happy!
How high do I need to aim to try and get headshots?
Chaos warrior. He's a gross one.
Okay, you've still got the first tome, the first grim is up ahead.
Down these
First
stairs.
tome, no.
Yes, it's funny, it's...
ammo.
Smells a bit odd, but it'll be worth it.
There we go. Loud discussions of
You cannot
stuff
hide
is
your
still going.
stench. I'll find you.
See that rune? Work of the rot blood.
I stand by the statement of if you're going to be on the phone, don't scream.
I still reckon this Shallyer of yours can do a good axe on my exposed hand. She's the patron of healing, Barney. What healer would smash in skulls? One who wants to keep stitching folk up, rather than get stitched up.
Did a little bit of friendly fire there to Ford because hitboxes, what are they?
At very least, you could train that dove of hers to both the eyes.
I hear a gas rat. Crosshair.
Fire rat.
Quickly, darlings, flick a switch.
We need to press this crosshair until the proper door opens.
Ah! Quick fire! Too much! Too much! Try another!
Did I hear something? Can you not taste the poison of the wind?
Assassin! Assassin!
The gas rat's dead.
We'll get them all out, boys. Right here, right now.
Berserkers doing berserker things.
Oh, look at that elf go! She's hell-bent on draining these demons' blood.
Very close to overloading myself there, but I didn't, so I'm good.
Guessing that was the wrong.
Please, can you give us the right one?
I'll set that hook rat ablaze! That's a warm fire thrower! Move! Move! Move!
Up.
Dead strangler! Wanna dance?
There's more over here. Hey, here's the
That is
Someone
good.
give me a feel. Door's still
Alright, finally. We doing Grim? Yes. He probably heard me as I was announcing, commentating on what I was going to do. Forward, pull back, I'll throw the lamp oil.
Fight on our hands now!
Look no further for healing!
See, Mayflies? That walk capture wasn't so bad.
There is another healing potion. I'm once again going to force Barton to take it because I don't want that shit.
Revolting, but it could be worse.
Yeah, this doesn't look good, does it?
Also, did you see what the next thing to press was while you were faffing about it? No, you didn't. Okay. Well, it's either triangle or squid. It's triangle. That means it's triangle, then squid.
Fire rat.
Go ahead and tag these while I'm down here.
Doors opened. Here's another.
There may be a lot of them, but they don't stand a chance.
Ah, you're getting the knack of this, girlie.
Alright, the doors are open. I think I hear a storm vermin patrol.
No more fire rats.
For Auntie Sienna. This is the way. Another one. Excuse me, or does Korean seem a little cranky?
I take out my frustrations where I can, wizard. And since they'll be uproar if I shoot one of you,
I hear the distinct tramp of boots.
for Loren!
There's a storm vermin patrol. It's going to be coming through that grate.
That black rat
There they are.
failed. Definitely found
Oh, really?
Your fire is feeding Sienna.
Hook rat over
There's a hook crit mixed in. Oh. Oh. Kruber performed the sin. Oh, I got stuck on the terrain. Ford, save me. It's too late. Kruber paid for his hubris with his life.
Oh! Why did everything hurt?
Have a care. Big ones to deal with.
That Blackfur has a shield.
Healing grass, mayflies.
I'm still standing, dung licker!
Aim that flame elsewhere, wizard.
I thought you were more than far enough away. I apologize.
Magic. Consuming me!
Light leech lurking, mayflies.
You know what? You know what? Screw it. Barden.
The weave is screaming. Kill that light stormer.
Down in one!
God damn it. So Kruber made the decision of fighting the
Stairs
patrol.
down here, flake it, mayflies.
Alright, let's jump down. We've already fought a monster. Statistically improbable second monster aside.
Here! Through here!
Gas! Can't you hear the rust of his lungs?
That wind blows straight from the full spear. A hook rat, cruel amongst the cruel kin. Ha! A dead pag master is a sight for song.
Oh, there was Horde. I'm getting Kruber.
Leave the black rat to me.
I loathe followers of Nurgle.
As do I. Smell revolting.
Hey, normally Sienna goes on about how,
And another
it's not the smell, but the fact that they're so laden with putts, they don't catch fire.
Find new friends. Meet new creatures, little one.
Yeah, you stay down, sneaker. Poison! Poison!
Seek.
Grasping breath. Oh, gas rat.
And I gave him a boop on the snoot.
Gas rat dead.
How do I keep missing, like, pinkies and whatnot being, like, right next to me? Alright, we just had a horde. We just had a patrol.
Black rat! Who wants first go at him?
We're probably fine. No Ravage Dart.
Have a care around those plants. They look hungry.
Alright, I'm going down.
Well, I suppose anyone brought a rope?
Blood ready! I breathe.
Alright, there's healing. No key. Take the potion and heal yourself.
What in Drakira's name is in this bottle?
Rattling! I'll roast him!
New priority! Kill that warp fire thrower now!
Rattlings and warp fire and nonsense abound. Excuse me. I played a bit risky there. Ford could have hit me easily, and it would have been my fault entirely. Alright, I got the key, Ford.
All you cursed assassins!
Okay, there's a horde. Let's deal with the horde and then move on. Because monsters can spawn up ahead. I've had it happen before.
Strike them down!
This is what we call hubris. I burned my career skill, got lucky, got it again, and then immediately a special.
Can't get through here!
Yes, it's funny, isn't it?
Rattling son of shit!
I sense a Glubadier.
Backstabber!
There's a backstabber.
Watch your backs!
Flames!
Alright, where's that Globadier?
Delicious strike!
Ford's okay over there by himself. They're just slowly coming up through that, like, down through that. Are they done? Alright, so, to explain what was going on there, Skaven hordes come in 3 waves. One from the front, one from the back, one from the front. More or less. One will always come from behind, and yeah. Sometimes it's one from the front, 2 from the back. But at minimum, they will come at you from different directions. And since we were in a weird place where they couldn't come from behind from us cleanly,
Master's dead.
they just kind of started to
Poison.
have questionable pathing.
We've a warp fire thrower to deal with.
Alright, let's
I found a bomb!
Gas incoming!
force Barton to take it. He will teleport up and take it, or he will just... yeah. I didn't mean to take that, but take it I did. Alright, Ford, the potions are all yours. I accidentally took Grimoire trying to open the chest. I made the cardinal mistake of I interacted with the chest, which automatically opens it. It's just a slow thing.
See that? Assassin's coming!
No more kills for you, assassin.
See there, Hooker!
A pack of plague monks comes for us, mayflies.
Okay, you got him. Horde. Just hold on the stairs. Careful not to push up because there could be a monster spawn. We haven't had a patrol or a monster in a hot minute, so there's a chance that it could.
They're everywhere! I thought I'd be more! Oh, down!
Come along, Marcus! We haven't all...
Well, Kruger's dead. Remember what I said about berserkers being able to just strip you of your life in seconds. Two assassins and a hook rat.
No sorrow for a dead pack master.
One of the assassins down. There's still one.
Got another! Ha! Dead assassin. And not before time.
Now let this be a lesson to all with a manlinger gobbo or else.
Yeah, let's heal Krillin. Krillin's fine. Krillin's got health regen, but right now, Ford's health, max health, is much, much lower than mine.
The healing stuff.
Is it too much to ask for a moment of respite?
You set off the bomb. One moment.
You have to keep hogging all the kills, Witelki.
Ah, next one that comes, I'll be sure to let him kill you before I end him.
No, you two leave them all to me. I'll end your stupid quarrel.
Down these steps.
Alright. Last tomb. Kruber's having pathing. He's having issues with the pathing.
And Ruba dear, hold your breath and shield your eyes. Take that eyes.
I'll block that path.
Oh! You're just clever, Billy. What about these steps?
Bit of a dead end, I'd say.
He went for a high score. Alright, there's something stuck some... No, wait, there we go. I was gonna say, there's something stuck somewhere keeping the horde music going. Which happens.
Ow! That one was deeper than I thought.
Hiding in the shadows, assassin.
Assassin rat! Emerge! Oh, overwhelming! A chaos warrior! They'll burn like the rest!
A gas rat approaches.
Run! That thing's gonna blow! Die, filthy gas rat!
Really bothers me that Burning Head doesn't always kill.
Well, that's the chaos warrior down! Incoming!
You've talent, wizard. My sisters could teach you a thing or two. Assuming
There's the horde.
First, you make a trip to the forest realm sound so appealing.
Can't be any worse than
Hold
here.
the bridge of Not Khazad-dûm.
Here come more of the wazzers. Can't fault you.
Trust my teammates to hold the front. Make sure nothing gets behind them.
bleach. I hear it.
It's worth mentioning that I said Skaven hordes. Technically, it's Skaven and Chaos hordes. The exception being Beastmen. Beastmen only have 2 waves.
Someone kill that Globadier. Bugger, a hook rat.
Heads up, over there.
There were 2 of them down there. Alright, so a problem I'm probably going to run into in Convocation of Decay is while casting my career skill, I'm actually going to have to intentionally hold it and aim it, and that's going to get me killed. Ford nods, yeah, let's go. The 2 gassy boys.
The demons! I'll immolate them all!
Horatio, why don't you just have low what's it called, and just use your ranged attack as a ranged attack instead of relying on your career skill. Because I'll be honest, that's a very boring way to play. It's the way you're supposed to, it's the way the developers, I assume, the way they intended to, but, like... At which point, it's the same issue people have with Huntsman Kruger. It's just tedious. It does not inspire many ways to play. Sorry. Okay. Assassin. I shoved. Hmm.
See? Bit of liniment and I'm good as new.
You're a bit bloody, hell. That's a hot rat.
Right them down. We need to flood that thing.
Cave 'em gunner.
The way is closed, demon. Good riddance.
Doesn't he sound happy?
I'd like to point out that I did not, in fact, shoot my career skill at Ford. But it homed towards him anyways. Also, I can barely see. Apparently the night mode on this map made it a lot more visible. Figure that one out.
There is no escape.
Ford's got his tome, I've got my Grim. Oh, just drop down. It's no big deal. I can't see. Well, then change your lighting settings. The lighting is fine, basically, on every other level other than that one point on Hunger in the Dark, where it is not, in fact, dark. Oof, Renaud, you've done us dirty. There was one. Oh, right, there's a bile troll in a weird spot. There's the Grims, there's the Tomes. Whopping 10, count 'em, 10 shillings. Alright, I've gotten a Soldier's Vault and a General's Vault. I'm gonna open the Soldier's Vault because there's nothing in here that's gonna be worth a damn. Yeah. Crafting, salvage. How do I feel about this dagger? It exists. I mean, it's not bad, but I guess it's a change of pace. Let's take the Crowbill out. Crowbill is, it's very good against armored targets. Actually, this... Full disclosure, the crowbill I have is using a skin. Default crowbill doesn't actually... isn't gripping a sign of Akshi, it's just... Alright, one thing I remember about the crowbill is that that first swing is really jank. Second swing is good, so swing... No, the swing combos for this are weird as sin. Alright. I remember crowbill struggling with crowds, with hordes. So that'll be something. Complication of decay, hunger in the dark. Yeah, forward screen goes black for like a second and then fades. Mine goes dark for long periods of time, and I end up walking into walls, being completely unable to see. My build is completely unchanged. I really wish there was a way to play, you know, Sienna, where it wasn't just, okay, get high overcharge and then sit there on it. Because it's like, okay, I guess I could take Dispensation, but that involves using goddamn ranged attacks a lot. And I don't... Maybe if I took the Beam Staff. But then that would reduce my power, the power of my Burning Head, so we are at an impasse. I blame Critical Mass. Critical Mass existing makes this worse. Right, I'm gonna... You know what, just... On the precipice. Yeah, I can charge up on the precipice with Beam Staff faster, and I guess since this allows me to reach out and touch things...
There is little to tell. They're secretive and arrogant, much like myself.
Bile trolls are coming out of Dreistunkel mine, and I need you lot to interfere. It's hard to believe, but the Rotbloods are turning regular old trolls into those awful bile spewers. Fight your way down and destroy the altar that's transforming the beasts. You'll need black powder, but there's plenty laying around down there. End this show with a bang.
Alright, so we've done this level with the skull, so should in theory be easy.
Before my extremities freeze off.
Standing around ain't getting the job done, is it? Let's go!
Well, the world has enough horrors. Let's stop more.
Also, I guess I should field the question of why are me and Ford not playing with randos? No offense to all the new people I helped and led through, like, the first missions and showed them where Tomes and Grims are. The reality, the inescapable reality Ford and I face is we're not good enough to carry Legend. So, we're better off with bots. We'll have a more consistent chance of winning.
Consuming me.
One less stunner right now.
We'll have a more consistent chance at winning and have a more consistent time.
Through here. From here. Leech.
Barden will hand it off to you in a second.
Assassin, hearing!
Blightstorm is here, mayflies.
Get off these maggots!
Fun fact, Barden freed himself from the assassin there because he's got Gromril Curse. Gromril Curse causes him to lose some knockback whenever he gets touched.
Healing draft.
So he got pounced, took some damage, and then emitted knockback on the things around him.
I'll melt that armor. You'll see.
That
Ford's got our back covered.
She's a blur of dismembered limbs and blood fountains.
A gas rat of roaches.
That's a gas rat. No more dancing for that Blooberdeer.
Come on,
All right,
darling.
hear me out. I think I'd like Pyromancer better as a character. If instead of crit damage or crit chance when at high overheat, if it was career skill cooldown. You know? Like there'd be a distinct reason for me to want to be at high overcharge instead of wanting to be at high overcharge all the time because
Is it really beyond me, like the tunnel with any
in my defense, how can I predict that?
Sneak rat! Watch your back!
Incoming horde. Oh, I overheated. Classic.
Take your best shot.
Ford grabbed the tome.
To me, back thrust to me.
Look out! Fire rat! No more fire rats!
There's a gas rat behind us, but no one cares about the gas rat.
That smell!
I don't like me.
You know, I thought I held it long enough for it to target. It did not.
We've got the leech mayflies!
Look, blessings of Shalia.
Medical supplies.
I'm binding my wounds!
What?
Stop wasting our healing supplies. You gone soft all of a sudden.
Shush, shush, Barden. It's a waste, but this is a point of no return,
Should
and we
take
can't
that
come back for it.
portable?
Watch the shadow.
We've a fire rat to deal with, mayflies!
There's an assassin. The assassin's dead. There'll be more.
Time to fill this cart with as many powder barrels as it'll carry.
I hear the big thumpy steps of a rot hill.
Mayflies!
I thought I saw a little gray there, but no, there wasn't. I can't actually get back up there easily. I have to go around. It went physically behind me. What do you mean? God, I hate Burning Head. I used to think, oh, it's not too bad. No. It's awful.
Your winds are no match for my fire, sorcerer!
Behind you.
Only hurts when I laugh, and when I breathe. You're as bad as Cousin Ockery. Accept some help, Mazungi.
I'll burn that black rat! Black rat's over here!
Oh, no sense in chasing it. We've lost the bloody thing.
Warrior rat!
There's a bomb
I'll have a seat up there.
I'll set that hook rat ablaze! Dead strangler! We want to dance!
Lumadier! Failed gas rat. Death is too good for you.
Alright, do we want to hold up and deal with the... What Barden? I was going to say inevitable horde. I recommend at this cross section.
A storm vermin!
Face them together. Stay close.
Yeah! That's all! Oh, a mighty
Like I said, Crowbill, really good at armored targets, not so good at normal hordes.
See that? Over there!
over there down. He said die, and no. Now what have I done?
Over there, backstabber! Assassin rat dead!
That assassin got some impressive distance from Gromrail Curse.
Can't lie, I'm not
There's
feeling
still
great.
more?
Tend to your
Ford's
wounds,
dealing
Mazungi.
with.
Can't fight if you're dead.
Okay, we're good. I'm gonna push ahead, potentially trigger the monster, and yeah. Nope, it's a patrol.
Found a potion!
Pack master done.
You don't have a potion, so... Alright, so we're potentially in a situation, because if the patrol comes this way, we'll have to loop around quick, but... There's the patrol. Okay, they're up ahead, so just stay back. The specials that are coming around that corner will be down below, hopefully.
Rattling firing!
Right there.
Weird stone operators!
Keep going. Hopefully the cart hasn't gone far.
Alright, so the way the game is, because there's a massive threat of a large number of storm vermin nearby via the patrol, the amount of enemies that are going to spawn naturally are a little reduced.
Or an arm they ain't getting.
Barden is once again getting this first Grim because I can't be bothered, and... Barden.
This is a dead end!
Gorikson.
Hiding in the shadows.
Alright, I'm just a little...
Straight from the
There we go, Gorikson.
Go softly into your failure, assassin. Why am I on fire?
Sorry for the friendly fire there, Ford, but... That is not what I targeted, but okay. I gotta say, the beam staff shotgun is actually... I wonder if they retuned it since I last used it, because before it was next to worthless. Now it seems okay. Well, it seems okay with pinkies, with dealing with, like, large numbers of weak enemies.
A gutter runner. Are you ready, Mayfly?
A dead Fanny, my favourite song.
I hear a gas rat.
Hook rat!
Ha! A dead pag master is a sight for
Alright,
sore.
that's most of the hostiles taken care of. I'm pushing the cart by standing in front of it and having it push me, don't ask. Now things get dark. And there's a storm vermin.
Strike them down.
Globadier's throwing.
I hit that that Globadier, but it chose not to react.
Storm vermin ahead. He'll burn.
Incoming!
Let the fire been tasted.
Weapons up! Fight like it's payday!
There's a runner in the shadows.
Healing draft over here.
Ah, the taste is worse than the smell. Corpses everywhere.
I'm gonna heal
Smell of
Kruber, grab a potion.
a warrior rat.
Well, that was accidental.
Come on then! We'll have ya!
Cannot hide.
Found ammunition for you lot.
Sagaraki Blackfur ahead!
Another dead.
I really wish I could consistently figure out where my... I could control where my burning head was going. Okay, if ever a fat shark employee comes across this VOD, please make it so that burning head doesn't start homing on enemies till after the first bounce. Because that would make things a whole lot more consistent for me. Like, it will go to wherever you're pointing, and then it will start homing. But what about the sick curve shots people like to do? That almost never happens because it locks on to something far closer. Like, if there's nothing between me and my target, I'll probably just look at it. And the homing system, the lock-on system it's already got is pretty strong. Just... That's a lot of targets. I hear a rattling gunner down there.
Gun ready. Nice work, darling. No more rats.
Lucky Blackfur! Come on, mates, we need that car!
Poor little hot rat. What a show.
Oh, you know your way around a big tight salad.
Thank you, Bardin. Guess all those years as a battle wizard paid off.
Stop showing off! You'll never be as good as us three.
Back to Globadier.
Gas attack! What's that?
I think forward 9 just heavily friendly fired.
Fire! Too much! Too much!
God, the cart's getting away.
Oh, it didn't do Forwarden's favorite line.
Hurry, this way.
Gonna run off to this chest real quick. It's vaguely out of the beaten path, and there's never anything in it. Why do I bother? Ford's heading up for the grimoire.
Down in one.
Yeah, a lovely drop.
Healing stuff.
The rattle of a skaven gunner.
Alright, once this match is over, well, this map is over, I need to go and... I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna get a cup of tea. A spot of tea. Help tide me over. I've been called?
To me, winds of magic. We'll show that fire rat how it's done. Shield rat. Up back over there.
Over this way, quick, laddie.
Strike them down!
That one flew through right enough.
Bit showy, but it did the job.
Give 'em hell! Come on to bloody pieces!
You'd test an elf, shield rat.
Sorry about that. Someone asked me if I wanted to play the lottery. And, no.
That all your stuff. Check your aim, Mel.
Yeah, you ever have someone shout at you from multiple rooms away, through doors and through walls, instead of just coming, knocking on your door, maybe cracking it open, seeing if you're busy?
Finish me if you dare.
'Cause I'm having that issue. I'm just through multiple walls. Why? Why not just talk to me like a normal human being?
What a wonder. Shame it's full of trolls.
It is a shame.
One less assassin to worry about.
Alright, tome, up above. I'm going to tell Barden to take it so that we can take his potion. You can take his potion and drink it, because you have a grimoire.
Help your mates and we'll get through this.
Not sure there should be this much blood.
Rest, Sienna. Gather your strength.
You did not grab the healing potion, and you did not drink it. I accidentally pushed up into the Storm Fiend. Whoops, at least it's only a Storm Fiend.
Cling me! Don't get hit!
Please target what I need you to target.
Seek.
Rattling gun.
Fading. God deserves me. Help me!
Remember when I told you to heal before dropping down, and you didn't do it?
Rattling gun.
You hear out, Dory?
Stay still, wizard.
Reverse thinking.
Light through.
Mud. Here. Try this. poison rat!
Bugger! He's going to blow!
Multiple hook rats.
Dead!
Ho-ho! There's no stopping at all, is there?
Trust me,
Strangler's dead.
just warming up.
Things got a little spicy there.
You don't know the meaning of those words, Martin.
Don't let him drag you down, Dory.
Cannot hide.
This story steals it.
Here! It's through here! Make new uses this one. Jasper, at last, the Glubadier's dead. Gas rat! Did you not see it?
Gas rat's dead.
Oh, look! Ammunition.
All right.
Down the hatch.
Barden is still fine. Barden has. Yes.
What an odd taste.
Kruger. I'll take medical supplies, and if you or I, well, if you or Barden become Death's Door, I'll heal.
You hear that, scumper?
Sienna, don't burn old Kruger,
Really?
Come on.
Down here, lick it, mayflies.
Hook rat. See it? I knew we'd find the cart. Let's put the black powder to use.
Take it out. Packmaster's dead.
Rattling Gunner.
Wild Northlander!
Hurry while you're still flying, Elf.
I can't take much more, darling.
I got killed. Damn it. Get me up quick.
Hold your breath, Dory. Plague monster.
Another one! Did me, or does Carillion seem a little cranky?
I take out my frustrations where I can.
I healed Ford because he's got the Grim.
No longer fitting.
Where the storm vermin?
Give that thing a right, would ya?
Leech is down.
Ringing the bell.
Look out, troll! Troll's gonna blow up! Oh! Wondering, get up there in a moment, will ya?
We've lost the sergeant.
Try a taste of black powder!
Trolls are slow and stupid. Keep moving and it'll not land a blow.
Inside!
I was out of the way of that swing.
Let's have another one of those.
Whatever. We're good. Surprising lack of pinkies or anything to stop us, which makes me suspect that we're going to get one of the pinky walls.
Well, that'll
If you
do
don't know what a
for
pinky
ya,
wall is,
Ranger.
it's whenever you're in the final stretch of a map, and on one of these drop downs, there's just a large number of pinkies that were supposed to spawn in a horde, but didn't.
Alicia wishes us to return. So we
No,
shall.
we're good. Alright. Yeah, they were a lot more common in the past. I don't know if they patched... One of the many, many patches since then, they fixed it, but... They were a thing. And they were annoying. Hey, Renaud, how kind of you. The amount of times I've dead to this, I've died because the laughing skull was just like, I'm going to go somewhere else. Ford got a red. It's a glaive. Lucky you. Although glaive doesn't have a whole lot of utility. What stats did you get on it? Power for Skaven, block cost reduction, and opportunist. He can reroll those in a heartbeat, though. And since it's red, he can have them be just about anything. Alright. Crowbilt, fun, fantastic against the heavies. Going to now... I've taken sword, right? No, I took dagger. Should probably do a round with the sword. If you're wondering, the ratio, are you actually just going through the different weapons? And the answer is kind of yes, at this point. Right, I need to get up. I'm going to get myself a spot of tea. I will not be terribly long. Don't worry, whenever I come back, Ford can show off that glaive of his. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've returned. I've got my cup of tea. The call of nature has been heeded. I'm good to continue. How is Ford's glaive going? He hasn't re-rolled it yet, at least not that I can see on the UI, so...
So, Kruber's a Grail Knight now, apparently. How do we feel about that?
I'm a fan. It's like he's twice the man.
He's the same man, Sienna. The armor's a bit cleaner, that's all.
I don't know. Do you think he's somehow more exotic?
He still picks his nose with a dagger, so no.
Alright, so next on the list. Hail Scourge. God, I wish I could change classes for this. I'm unfortunately bound to do all the maps as Pyromancer, so... That, and as much fun as the gambling addiction build is, where I just get up to high overcharge, stay at high health, and just embrace the chances of chaining my Blazing Echo like 6 times, it's not really an option. He's going to try Piercing Shot? Oh, he's going to go for... Remember, you gotta land headshots. Alright, as I'm so absolutely hungry for crits, I'm actually gonna tag out Kruber for Witch Hunter Captain. Alright, talents. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Because Wild Fervor will give me even more crit chance, and statistically speaking, I need to stack the deck as hard as I can. I'm going to change out Fervency, however, with Unending Hunt. And yeah. I'm actually going to change Charmed Life for Castaway, because bots won't dodge properly. Their AI is funky.
With the comet's return, Elf, you will find...
Alright.
Oh, really? I'll be the one... with excitement.
Pyromancer. Alright, so... Equipment. The extra health is way too useful, however... Block cost reduction. No, it's fine. Crit and attack speed, crit and curse. Yeah. Alright, I'm good. As good as I'm going to be.
We've trouble in Elmgard. Our old acquaintance, Burble Spew Hailscourge, has started to summon a plague mist large enough to cloak the whole town. Good for the Northlanders, bad for the...
So I guess, now that we're here, and we're... Yeah. Ford and I were discussing what the possibilities for what the 4th Sienna career was going to be. And there are lots of lores of magic that could be tapped into, but... Like, there's a common theory that the next Sienna career will be a lore of metal career or something like that from Balthazar Guilt. But with their next expansion thing that's coming tomorrow, perhaps she's going to go Northern Court. Perhaps there's going to be ice instead of fire. Who knows? I don't think they'd go that far, but... Ow, my bones.
In the world.
Mud! Take that ice! The Chaos Warriors fall!
That's a pity for done.
Quit your yammering! There's a Chaos Warrior near. Kill that fire rat! I don't want to burn.
Chaos Patrol.
Hope you want to fight. Blow down a Chaos Warrior.
Flame rat!
Arrows, black powder, it's all here.
No more stall drinking for that, Leaf.
No more fires!
That second air's no match for us. The Chaos Warrior falls.
This wizard has
There
a
goes the
present
troll.
for you. Blight storm up.
There's the horde. But as we've just had a patrol, we're probably... Oh.
Position than most.
Oh no.
Not enough, neither in numbers or in force. Right here. Give me a good shot. Good to me.
Alright, we're good. Why are there so many shielded units?
Can you not sense it? Like dung.
Can't be far.
Found ammunition for you lot.
Got the tome. Grab the potion of concentration.
This weed
And we're good.
you speak of with such reverence, do you worship it as divine?
Ah, of course not.
I am relieved to hear it.
The weave transcends the divine. Your Sigmar serves it, as do we all.
Sounds like heresy to me, elf.
There is no escape.
I love the statistical improbability. I love probability. I love it so much. No, no, don't waste the bombs.
Kill that scrub. Die, Packmaster. You will trouble us no more.
Oh, I got him. I think, no, the dwarf got him. Nice.
You must truly hate them.
They are heretics.
Incoming horde.
And cruel beyond measure. Hate flows easily in their presence.
Yes, we often hate those who remind us of ourselves.
Kill that fire. Are you showing your true self? No more flames my way.
Black rot! Look, ammunition.
More concentration.
Nothing blackbird flies at the gas. Let my shield take their blows. Look, the elf dragon through something. He's butchering more than usual.
To me, winds of magic. We'll show that fire rat how it's done.
But that way, stay out of its sight.
You know, other than that 20 damage I took at the very start, all the damage I've taken has been,
Strike them down.
has been temp health. So that's good for me.
So much destruction! Evil little beasts!
Deserted, but not for long, I'll warrant.
There's a rattling somewhere close. We need to put that fight. A potion! Emerge!
There's a fire rat coming from behind. Careful when pushing ahead. I feel like there's going to be a monster soon.
Found a potion!
There's a horde.
Got shield racking.
Just a health potion.
Supplies will not save you, Scar.
Barton took the tome.
There, in that shadow. What's your aim?
Shot fire!
The wound was deeper than it looked. I could barely stand.
An inquisitor should be a better liar.
Remember what I said about having to target with the head being my downfall?
Stop showing off. You'll never be as good as Oxley. Strong gust, and this will all topple over.
Oh, that's the drop.
Sneak rat!
We have 2 tomes.
Go soft.
First Grim is down below.
Failure,
Okay. Yes.
assassin.
Black Ratty with a shield.
Just get that out of the way.
There, the Sprangler.
Packmaster's dead.
Get back!
The lack of rat ogre or something is bothering me.
A landslide. The abyss will claim all sooner or later.
Barden. Ford found some ravaged art.
Another one.
We pick up the Grim and Ford immediately eats a hit.
I take out my frustrations where I can, wizard. And since there'll be uproar if I shoot one of you...
Okay, there's either a horde or a monster coming, so I recommend we...
The taste is worse than the smell.
If we push forward, yeah.
Oh, with an assassin close by.
Assassin rat.
Look out, assassin.
Assassin rat's dead.
It,
A chaos warrior. Just what we needed.
Salt Spire's gonna take the tome.
Gas rat.
There is no escape. The Rothelm breathes his last.
Horde's coming from behind. I can see him stacking up.
They come like the tide.
There we go. Horatio, didn't you just complain about it? Well, I had a lock on him before I threw it, so... Again, I'd rather it start homing after the first bounce. Unless you have, like, specific lock on, but if you just tap it and don't lock onto anything...
That's a warp fire thrower. Move, move, move! Don't let up. We've a Chaos Warrior to kill. Ah! No! Take it out. Let's see. There, a storm vermin.
Ford is enjoying his true shot. Landing the headshots for the big damage. When he hits it.
Foul
Move
blight
in here.
storm. Dead and gone.
There, black rats. Ocean.
Speed potion.
Storm vermin.
Filthy muck. Be clear if you can.
Don't get overwhelmed.
Pup rat. Ession scum.
Assassin rat dead. A warrior rat.
They're having some pathing issues, and I'm okay with this in the weirdest way. Behind you.
You look happy. Tell him.
Storm vermin.
Wee grindstone. Hey, look, I tried.
You cannot hide.
Storm Vermin Patrol.
Weapons up. It's the tougher vermin.
Stop hiding behind that shield.
Well then.
Bonfire. Ha! Dead.
Oh, I thought Saltspire had accidentally aggroed it. He didn't. There they go.
Black rats. Are you ready for this lumber?
Yep, they're just going down that hallway. Okay, bye.
I smell rat man poison.
Strangle's gone limp. He's gone.
I'd rather some milk relief, but
Let
this
the
Feel free to heal yourself.
Go on, kill it.
There's the horde. Probably shouldn't step forward, but I'm gonna do it anyways. No monster yet.
Witch! Your name is as crooked as your
There is no excuse.
Ah, you're getting the knack of this, surely.
But mine is your foul existence! Your sentence is death!
And we're good.
Found some ammunition.
There's ammo, but you and I don't use ammo, and there's an ammo box up ahead. He's already running. He likes Clave. Good to know.
Ah, think of it. There's a scryer rat close.
Kasaki Doom and armored.
Bloodstorm is dealt with. Why, everything burns, Jonathan. Fire's hunger never sates.
Nor does that of heresy.
Fire is too good for vermin. But fire
I'm starting
is
to like
also
beam staff.
generous and giving.
Back to the soil, Chaos Warrior.
Sigma lends you strength!
You look unwell, Saltspire. Inside. On. Look, ammunition.
Chaos Warrior, to my side!
I breathe.
Leech. Where will you?
There's a horde. And the pinching in my neck is getting more severe.
What? Don't know the doing! The power of Sigma compels thee!
Okay, Ford's got that one.
No more kills for you, assassin.
The winds are lively here, but we'll find our sorcerer soon.
Turn back! Infrared! Saggy on the road!
Well, Master White, a black stormer just for us and waiting nearby. Paglubadier, hold your breath and shield your eyes.
Poison rat!
Warrior wins now, sorcerer.
Alright, you have the medical supplies, but you also have a Grim, so... yeah. And Burboskew Hail Scourge is mana.
Ah,
Strength
potion!
Pot. I'm gonna give that to Saltspire because it's more important than a speed potion.
Welcome, honored visitors. Your timing is impeccable. My ritual could use the snow.
Light through!
Oh, God, more chest.
Take your eyes! Such a revolting welcome. We'll have our reply from
Comes around, goes around.
Stand clear! Stand clear!
Thank you, friend.
Nah, I dodged right into it. I think we accidentally nudged him out of the arena slightly, so now he's just broken. I'll take it. Wonderful.
Here.
Cannot hide!
Just want to be your friend.
Alright, we're good.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
Chaos Warrior, stand ready!
Chaos
I see
Warrior.
a warp fire thrower. Fire and ruin. I love
Barden just turned off. He's like, alright, I'm done. I don't need to make it to the end. Clocking out. No monster that time, which has me surprised. Not that it mattered. Yeah, there's no monster. Hmm. Alright, moving on to the next melee weapon in the queue of things to use. Go ahead and equip the flail.
I must get Rosalind to fix the roof.
Hold on, so... light attack... heavy attack... no, alright, so... it's a weird combo to do for hordes, which is light and then heavy. So, light, heavy, block, light, heavy. Alright. Light, heavy, block, repeat. Beam staff is beam staff, it's fine. Ford's opening is crate. Hail Scourge went a lot better than I expected, in part because he broke. It bothered me that there's a completed with at the bottom, but it doesn't actually show everything you've completed it with.
He's as likely to burn as I.
Nothing to say about the twin tank comp, Lillian?
I could scarcely add any.
For Sigma!
I hate that I'm doing this, but I'm going to give it a try. So this is not something I ever recommend, having a Huntsman Kruger bot on the team, because... oh, Dalai, he is not great. But I'm going to throw a shielded weapon on him. Shielded weapon, that one's fine. It should hold him over. I need to reroll the stats on that.
Die, will ya? Now! Like that!
Do not miss the army life, Sergeant. Comrades in arms instead of us.
I don't.
Right. Shield and spear, not bad. I'm gonna give him sword and shield, however, with swift slaying on it, so hopefully he does something. Handgun, so he can just one-tap things that appear. He doesn't need Hunter, because Hunter... He won't use this against monsters, which is why I have that set to that. Maybe bow. Maybe... bow has more ammo. So bow it is. Bots are statistically unlikely to land headshots and tend to go for body shots, which they can do incredibly consistently. Sword and shield for 90% of the time, bow for when specials roll up. These don't really matter. Barden's gonna just eat aggro as he does. Now I'm going to continue on with Fuego Nasus. Do I have a fireball staff lying around I could try out? Yeah, I do. Wow, that is borderline worst possible roll on stats for that.
Do you not think you should work to control your fire lust?
Whatever for? It's too hard for the same coin, isn't
Aye, but obsession never ends well.
it? And according to you, we're all doomed anyway. So what does it matter?
Mayflies, deaf to all except their own egos.
Why do I have thermal equalizer and not the other thing?
Sienna,
Because.
but your air's burning a little wild.
Ain't too much. Better?
Oh, he's taking out the hand axe. I guess he realized he should have taken hand axe for Hail Scourge, so he could start getting the new skin for it. That was faster than on a recruit run. It was faster than on a recruit run because recruit run we had Skull and people who weren't level 35. No offense to new people, but when your character's fully built with red equipment and orange equipment, it's a lot different from dealing with not that. Go ahead and reroll the properties. I want to reroll the properties on... Yeah, whatever. I hope you're ready for what mid-game is like. I think I've said this previously in a stream where I really wish I could just set, like, re-roll until X, and it would just deduct the amount of stuff it needed and then just give me the 2 properties I want. Instead of having to RNG this over and over and over again.
Now, Carillion, I don't like to complain, but could you not shoot at my couriers?
That's not bad, but crit chance is way more important than crit power for me. Ford is saying something. Ford needs to eat, so Ford's going to go off and do things. I, however, am going to sit here rolling the dice until I get what I need, stat-wise. That's good crit chance. I'll take it. Perfect crit power and only 1 away from perfect crit chance. No. Oh, there he goes. Alright, I have full disclosure. I'm going to continue on doing my stuff. Going after the challenge for the heroes, because I do need to complete it. All Helmgart missions with all careers. I actually haven't even done it on Legend with any character. Like, I haven't done every single map with every character on Legend, because I just apparently haven't done that. Have gotten 7 of them out of the way with, good old Witch Hunter Captain. Legend difficulty is Battle Wizard. I'm half tempted to skip Athel Yen because I don't like the finale event. Also, I'm going to take Trusty Sword. Look, it performed incredibly consistently, and I appreciate it for that. Well. Let's see if I can handle it alone, without my backup dancer, as it were. Okay, we're good, yeah.
The Bridge of Shadows has been a boon, but it seems our enemies...
Sorry about that, I had to crack my neck.
Alicia
That pinching
says there's
sensation is becoming
interference in the
tiresome.
winds of magic centered around an old elf temple nearby. Take a wander, have a gander, and put a stop to whatever it is they're up to. We've a lot of work to do, and we won't stand a chance if you're left marching up and down the countryside.
Ah, it's not nighttime on this map. Thankfully, Geheimnisnacht is now over.
Come on, darlings. This temple isn't gonna find itself.
Elven ruins. Ha! Nothing but trouble to the righteous.
Now, given what my team setup is right now, there's a whole lot of crit going on. And Barden can draw attention, so theoretically, this is fantastic. Practically, however, I can feel it hurting my bones already.
Good shot, Dory. Now let's have another.
Note, with all this crit in the world stacked up with me, still couldn't manage it. Still could not land a crit with my first use of the career skill.
Root, truck,
You're dancing for that scuba deer.
the abomination falls. That's a leech and no mistake.
I wonder if there's a cap that I don't know about whenever it comes to
Fire thrower.
crit chance.
Sigmar. I hope never to see another. My shield and I will get this done.
Horde. I'm actually going to hang back here and make sure I don't accidentally pull a monster that I'm not currently set to take care of.
Kindling everywhere. Time to burn.
Got a rat. Over I spend my blood willingly.
That's a gas rat.
Jenna, don't burn old Kruger. Come on.
Nope. Until the last possible second, I couldn't see Kruber. Like, so I got a couple hits on him, and I did not mean to. Alright, let's drop down. Fight the monster, I'll fight it in this gully.
Big wet, darlings. River or not matters. I'll burn that black rat.
Storm vermin. Find it. Kill it. Listen.
Over here.
Clear and tall. Guide my steps. Against you. Now watch your blade. Get out of here. Blake. Kill that woman here.
I took all that damage there because I tried to shoot... I tried to shoot the head specifically at the life leech earlier. But it homed in on something fucking else, and I hate it. I hate it so much.
I hear a war cry. Listen, glad story.
Keep them busy. I've something special to prepare.
Give me a spear that rackets our down. The power of Sigma compels thee. Shield-bearing cataract.
Weapons up! Let's chop that back.
Sigma, I see a storm coming.
Potion here.
Oh, there's no stopping a dwarf there.
Trust me, I'm just warming up, little thing.
Warming up. You don't know the meaning of those words, Bardin.
Call your target.
There's a bomb here.
That's right, close.
Gas rat. Merge.
Teammates literally walking into me, the bots being infuriating to deal with.
Shelley's gift here.
It is a classic.
Hear that? The stomping great blood Karaki.
You know, I'll be honest, I suddenly don't want to go for Tomes and Grims.
Hope you want to fight. You found a chaos warrior. No more dancing, chaos warrior. Just death. Ow! Deeper than I thought.
Yeah, this path ain't working out. Eyes open, eyes open.
That's...
I just want to see you.
Find you, friend. Meet you, creatures of the world.
What? A war fire thrower.
There, no more fire.
Let's suck it out.
Alright, good. I'm gonna start moving. Probably best if I didn't, because there's a horde, there's monster possibility, but... Please hit the head. I'll take it. On an unrelated note, I learned recently that the rapier has a two-tier charge.
Fight on. To the last.
Using the, monster. Literally just had to deal with the horde, so we'll have plenty of time. No crit. Alright, come on.
He controls the wind.
All right. Come on then.
Strangler's got a limp. He's done.
You're concrete.
You're too young to die.
Boy, which eye do you want this in?
There. Assassin. Give her what I can kick it. As soon as do me. This is about to get messy.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yep, that's death. That was a run. Things went well until the escalation. Mostly, I got spectacularly unlucky twice in a row and could not chain my career skill. Don't worry, these things happen. It's kind of to be expected at this point. Right, sorry. Yeah, what happened there that ruined it was the bots just got absolutely crumped by the Rat Ogre. They apparently forgot how to deal with Rat Ogres, and Rat Ogres are the easiest one of the easiest monsters to deal with, and they just couldn't today.
Myrmidia must be happy with us.
That's kind of just how things go occasionally. You just do your best. Boy howdy, the bots. My god, the bots. I'm tempted. I've done plenty of Sienna for the morning. Let me just go ahead and play around. Alright, I don't need sword and shield because I'm not a bot and I know how to defend myself. Allegedly. I'm surprised that between Bardin hitting it and me giving it a little love tap, the assassin didn't die. Maybe there were 2 assassins, but I've already forgotten. These things happen. Sorry, that pinching in my neck is getting very distracting. Right, I need to complete the... Did I click on Drakenfels and did it open Helmgart? Or... It's not worth thinking about. So, Blight Reaper, Legend. So, part of what makes Blight Reaper so difficult, and the reason I haven't got all the tomes and grims in it previously, is because the first grim in the level is in a... I'm going to outright say it. It's in a dumb spot. I don't like where it is, but it is there, all the same. Hunter, Bretonian Longsword, Towns, good. Thrill the Hunt is slightly better for what I'm doing, because it increases the reload speed for Kruger whenever he lands a headshot, so that he can more consistently put out bullets, but I don't need it, TM. Hold on, sorry, I've missed a few shots and it's confusing me. Why did that shot miss? It should be significantly more consistent than this. Where did that bullet go? Where are they going? I don't see any bullet holes back here. Granted, none are showing up. There are no decals for it on this stone wall back there, but, like, Where are these shots going? Why are they not connecting? I have questions. I'm not gonna get answers, but I have questions. Alright, actually, talents... Thrill the hunt. There's more recoil when you fire it manually per shot, which is interesting. Alright, so despite what Scrounger says, where it's 5% of your maximum ammo, it restores 2 bullets. Headshot gives a single shot. Like, conservative shooter, 1 shot. Scrounger, 2 shots. Doesn't matter what weapon you're using, it's always 2 bullets. Don't ask me why. It's lying to you. If I remember correctly, that is. No, I don't need the increased reload. I want the crit chance for more consistent career skill. Sorry, I'm just sitting here shooting at the targets. I'm thinking. I want to have a very consistent run this time. I should theoretically just take the red bow and enjoy the huge amounts of damage it can do, but I want to give... I want to give Repeater a try, because I've seen Repeater out there a few times, and I want to give it a fair shake, because I normally take handgun or bow, because the flat damage and being able to just yeet monsters and whatnot is just so alluring, but...
Turns out our Bergenhafen problem's down to a Chaos rune sword, the Blight Reaper.
Alright, so the Blight Reaper is a mission I don't do too often because it's very, very long. In the entire beginning section, where getting the first Grimfor is just suffering, it's all dark. The first section is just darkness, you have a torch and you need to muck through. And in order to get the Grimoire from the first section, you need to light all the sconces. And it's just... it's a whole lot of wandering around in places you can't see very well, and it's not fun. Like, there are 2 maps, I'll argue, 2 maps that I'd be willing to just yeet myself on if I ever, like, queued up for quick play and got. It's this map and Curse of Drakenfels. Any other map, even Dark Omens, I'm okay with doing. But this and, Enchanter's Lair. Like, Enchanter's Lair sucks, and this sucks. Because you spend all that time getting your build squared away, you spend all that time questioning what you're doing, and then you just have to spend the first, like, 5-ish minutes running around in the dark. Trying to find sconces so that you can light them, so that you can get the Grim. Also, you're stuck with a damn torch. You seeing what I mean? I'm sure there are people who know where all the sconces and whatnot are, but
Spread the flame about a bit. Let's see what we can see.
There's sconce back here. I don't think so. No, there isn't. There's a door.
Go in! The sorcerer torments them!
I shall now
Also, the enemy can see perfectly in the darkness, but
No appreciation for music, Saltzfire. You have a tin ear.
And a heart of stone. But just this once, I agree with him.
Now, do Sigmar's work and slay them all.
you can see him over there.
Yarn my shield, Dory.
Yeah, specials and elites can see perfectly.
Actually hit something.
Savage, hack him down. You're handy in a dark spot, you know that?
Colossal pain in my buttocks. Oh boy, another torch. Fantastic. If only the bots could carry it instead of me. Oh yeah, monsters can spawn in the dark as well.
Clearing a path through that. Grimness, teeth, Rakita!
You hear what I hear, mate?
I think there's a tome in this dark section as well.
We got the leech, mate.
Hello, little bomb. We could do great things together.
Did I hear that right? There are 7 Chaos Rune swords.
7 is the rumored number, but the truth is unverified. The only other seen in the Empire, at least to my knowledge, was born by the necromancer Helsing.
Blimey! Rot Bloods and Ratning were bad enough. Don't have to forget about undead as well.
Oh, for God's sake, just give me my sword back.
That rat's got a reach, alright.
Made the cardinal sin of forgetting to reload, and the bots are running off into the darkness.
Reckon I'm done for. You shall not die, Grummer! I forbid it!
Oh, the torch teleports. How nice. Wonderful. Great.
Yeah, you killed the hot rat! Piss on that rattling anyway! The gunner's dead!
Yeah, clean. Screw it. Down I go. I'd hate this a lot less if someone else could take the torch. But I'm stuck with this thing.
A water fire thrower! I hear something. Gas rat! Out of the way, the gas rat's gonna explode!
Where's the torch? Here's the torch.
By the hammer, the gun rat is dead! Doesn't pay to be your friend, does it, Grimby?
The path of the righteous is fraught with danger.
Aye, that's why I carry a big heavy weapon, so I can give danger a good clout if it happens by.
There's a Chaos Patrol.
Diane? No, I will overcome these heretics. I will!
I'm sure you will,
Send your
Saltspire.
wounds, One Eye. Eyes that gleam in the dark. Assassin!
Gas rat needs to die! Listen, fire rat! Here, Chaos Warriors!
Please tag them. I guess they can't be tagged because reasons. They're going up and over. Right.
Show them no fear, Dory!
Oh, drop the stupid torch.
Ah, you want another, Snooky?
Ha! Gas rat, and it draws nigh.
Right, baby! We have slain the blight!
Failed gas rat. Death is too good for you.
Not bad for a fella with one eye!
Sigmar guide my flight.
Wish he'd guide mine, or better yet, send me a nice cool flagon of ale.
It's unlikely the patrol's gonna come this way.
Oh, good kill,
There's a tome in this area.
your elbow up. Job open. Skills down.
I shall heed your advice.
As you should, Grimby. No one wants to look your corpse around. Chaos Warrior! He's a gross one!
No idea what she was shooting at. There's the patrol. I hate that I have to keep in this corner in order to avoid them, but it's dark enough that I'm... Chances of me... Oh, they're coming this way.
Did someone mention soup? That could use a little soup. Keep the spirits up.
You wouldn't want this particular broth, Gorrickson. It's got mayflies in it.
Oh, well, never mind.
Fire that! See? Over there!
Try
Egg claims you! Be ready. Chaos Warriors near.
I...
Lend me your might.
Where did my... Where did my torch go? I swear I threw it right there. I think the torch fell through the map.
Need a healing drop, Mayflies.
Barden should pick up that healing potion soonish.
not waste a drop.
Okay, that's dead end.
This ain't
Dead
done,
end.
mates. Keep 'em peeled.
I don't think you can actually make it through there, so good. Great. Excellent. Slowly progressing.
I hear a blight stormer. It must be silenced.
The next time Loner sends us into a sewer, I've a mind to refuse.
Oh, yeah. Can't
It'll
have
be
those
fine.
dainty elf feet getting wet, can we?
And how are your feet?
Soaked through and miserable. Thanks for asking.
Why would you heal now?
Sorcerer's gone, and so is bloody vortex.
Agitation. Alright. Can I cheese this?
We're blessed. Health.
Yep. Yep, I can. Let's go ahead and tag that.
Braveheart bloodlings will not die here.
I can still hear the patrol.
Good killing, Uber. You're a credit to your regiment.
It's all service, sir.
The patrol didn't redirect and head here, did it?
Same cause. Yes, of course. We are so alike. A black rat. A challenge at last.
You can crouch under that to get through it sooner. Yep, hi.
Kill that fire!
Weapons up.
And I'm unstuck.
Plague man!
A black rat approaches.
Come here, Roger! Take your best shot! You stink stronger than you try! Hey, here, baby! Kill the wagon! Have it!
One poacher's surprise. Anyone have some healing? Or an arm they ain't using?
It's a wonder.
Bretonian Longsword being Bretonian Longsword, then the best primary in the game.
Warrior rats, I'll have it.
I'm fight on! To the last! You're badly wounded, Monkey. You cannot escape judgment!
Alright, I need to come over here to check to see if there was anything, but there's not.
Let's look, he's down! Stop for Sapphire!
I hear the pale scream.
You're needed, help. You must not die.
Whole lot of shieldy boys mixed in there.
Await your father's judgment, heretical one!
Embodiment of pestilence that the shields were. Don't know if that's all of them. Yeah, real spooky. Oh, good, I have all of them. Alright, lighting all of these candles will open up this door, which leads to the first Grim.
Used to be a
Ta-da.
freak show hereabouts. A fellow by the name of Malthusius. Wonder if this was one of his.
Nope, this is why I wander around with my fucking guard up. In case I just wander into overheads.
Klausman was not always a priest. He served
Good.
the order for many years.
Really? Why'd he give it up, sir?
Some notion of raising folk up to be better, I understand. Too many of my kind grow soft in old age. We Templars are hard, but with reason. It is a hard world.
Healing draft in sight!
I'm actually going to take the elf. Have the elf take it, and then I'm going to take this,
On the spot
heal the
healing
elf.
for you.
My thanks, Mayfly.
Yeah.
Stay quiet. There's a wreckage down nearby.
Ugh, that smell. Like festering flesh.
Skaven slaver. He's about to throw its poison. Gastrat's dead.
Listen, assassin!
You were quite free, assassin.
Green fire. Time for carnage, Stringberati.
Aye, a good sight. But can you repeat it?
Alright, I want to do this real quick.
Medical supplies.
Pardon. Now, the risk with
Shield rat's meat.
Never did like potions. Oh well. Any
the risk of being down here with the assassin about was that the assassin could pounce one of us and it would kill all of us because we'd be shoved off the edge. However, managed to avoid that. I think there are a couple pinkies left. Which is why the music hasn't stopped.
I hear a warp fire thrower.
Leech is dead.
A gun rat comes for us.
He close, hook rat. Black cloud. Get! Good shot, Stringberati.
I need to stop just lightly tapping the,
We need to take that gunner out. Fast.
the fire in order to just fire one shot and just need to start holding it down. Just letting it do what it's doing. One of the bots already grabbed the ammo. Good, great, excellent. Well, I'm out of the... I was gonna say, I'm out of the hard part of that level. I haven't even gotten to the hard part yet.
Bloody black rat.
Really? I'm much better.
Lucky strike.
That's a leech and no mistake.
Assassin doing assassin things. There's going to be... Leech right there.
One less leech.
Horatio, how did you know the leech was going to be over there? You just get used to their teleport positions.
Come on,
Turner,
you
keep
blackbird
killing like
bastard.
this and I'm gonna lose my bet.
I saw the assassin to the left.
Morgan, this
Saw him again. These tables mess up the AI pathing a little bit, so... I don't know why. Don't ask me why. I don't know. I don't understand it. They just do. Why can I not... Whatever. There's the hook rat. You know, I was under the impression my AI would have better reflexes than that. Oh yeah, there that is. I already missed some of the bottles, so there's no point of trying to get them all.
That sound. Rattling gun. Rattling gun. Move.
Let's push up. So you might be noticing that this horde is dragging on quite a bit.
There's potions here.
And that's because, since I stood near those tables and their pathing got mixed up, the vast majority of the horde didn't move. They were just spawning in and then hanging out.
Skaven slaver!
Alright. Spud with the raid.
Light stormer!
Spuddy, how are you today, my friend?
Dare not pass this dwarf!
I swear there's a tome around here.
Here, ammunition!
Yes, the Spud raid. If I had any consistent viewer base, I'd actually have mods, and one of them would be able to do a shout-out for you. Actually, I don't even know if I have that set to be mod only. How are you today? How was your stream? Why do I remember it being around here? Maybe it's up ahead.
Leeches no more! More black rats! You're a blight stuff! The air thickens with filth!
No, not the storm. Kill its master.
I took some hits there.
Do my ears deceive me? Revel
Where is the fat man?
as the town slides into the mire, I shall judge them all.
It's not at, it's just your name.
Somewhere close.
That's why you're not getting anything. If it's just shout out, just a helpless Spud, not at.
Trouble us no more.
Don't ask me why. That man's animations weren't working.
First comes to challenge me.
Out of that mess, now! Go like that! Kill that bombardier! What's it going to explode?
Dwarf is off in no man's land, but I'm sure he'll survive.
Come, black rat. Taste steel.
Yes, that's any longer!
Please, I just want to move up.
That's what we call a barrack bar handshake! Judgment is coming, storm vermin! More time, storm vermin!
Yes, yes. You know, as I'm looking around for a tome that I think is in this area, it's entirely possible that there isn't a tome in this area, and I'm getting one of those phantom memories I get, where I played this once, someone else picked up the tome that was in the sewers and dropped it in this area.
What's this, your mistress of thorns?
Right, storm! Do it, do it! Gunrat sneaking around!
The classic I forgot to reload. Nope, there's the wind. Caroline actually got him this time. I knew there was a book around here somewhere. Saltspire.
Smells a bit odd, but it'll be worth it. Oh. Storm vermin!
Yeah, someone who's more familiar with the game with me, or at least this map than me, is going to watch this back and they're going to be absolutely revolted that I just could not remember.
That's a Globadeer.
And that's fair.
Don't like that, do you, gas rat? Somebody! Have it! Warrior rat! Go
There's us, shedding blood in the town's defense. There's them drinking heavily and deaf to it all.
I...
Are you so fragile?
I'll bind you up.
In my defense, I was holding attack in order to,
I know you're tough.
charge an attack so I wouldn't block. Unfortunately, it either didn't register
Oh, slap
or it
that
ate it,
black rat.
which happens from time to time. Dan should mod here too. He's a pro. Is Dan around? I see Dan most frequently out of the people I've met via Twitch. And as far as I'm aware, he's a cool dude. You own this and I've played it once. You did badly.
Move quickly, unless you want burning to ash.
There's a lot to learn whenever it comes to trying to play Vermintide 2. Saltspire is just going to let himself die. Also, if you're playing alone, the bots are awful.
Leave the black rat to me. Big man, get it. Low, roll down, Grimgy? The gurgle of a privateer. There, no more fire rat. Rattling gun, head down or back feet, Dory.
Oh, I hate the bots.
You saw a backstabber.
You keep hitting me, Kruber.
Yes, because you deserve it, elf. Already have a Grim. I'm currently going through the level in my head, trying to remember where Tomes and Grims are.
I didn't think so neither.
We cannot fail now.
The problem is this map is very big and very, very open,
Is that a note of concern?
because there's a bunch of collectibles scattered around. Oh boy, yes indeed, there are collectibles.
Righteous souls in the world. Their efforts should not
There's a
be
horde.
We'll do what we can, but there are no guarantees.
Give me that. All 2 of the bullets.
Ah, we'll slay them all.
Alright, fun fact. Vermintide 2 has a stagger system where enemies that have been hit recently will take more damage. The climbing animation is considered a stagger state.
That's a hook rat.
So, if you can put yourself near a ledge and force enemies to climb, you can get some free bonus damage on them.
Someone kill that blight stormer! Let the weeds be up there!
Only hurts when I laugh.
Worth mentioning that walls are illusory, they're not always real.
Can't fight if you're dead. By Sigmar and the hammer, I judge you all. That rat drag, Dory. Quick, before he
Reload
goes
fast.
to play wins. Lightstormer's dead on the ground.
Let the forest speak!
Alright. Ammo, lovely ammo.
Spotted ammunition.
Please pick it up. Oh boy, a bottle. some pinkies that caught sight of us.
No tears. Won't bring them back.
I feel the
I
winds
hear the
riding.
Blightstormer's
Blightstormer.
It's down there somewhere. Someone else might see it and I just don't. If I keep moving forward...
Blightstormer.
If I keep moving forward, it would have forced the teleport forward. Light spank.
This onslaught shall not overwhelm us. Is that the word of a battling man? Dead, let your foul winds speed.
Well, at least Saltspire is on point whenever it comes to the specials.
Stench. Storm vermin. Go faster, Mayfly.
It has been a long while since I just tried to get through a level while looking for stuff. Most of the time I know where everything of note is, so it's odd.
Bloody black rats.
Storm vermin above us. Storm vermins have distinctively clearer voices. Yep, there's the storm vermin.
Sigma, I see a storm vermin.
Eyes open. Side feet.
I don't die that easily.
Oh. Oh, I might have just killed myself. Nope, I'm okay. Classy.
Here. That's a storm vermin.
A blessed shot.
Where the storm vermin?
Was it up here? No. It... Was it? I don't remember. Ugh. Remembering Tome and Grim locations on maps you don't like in general is always suffering.
Just an observation, but
One eye's about to perish. Good. He deserves it. I think this is the second Grim.
There. Runner in the shadows.
Oh, the other bots are stuck.
By the hammer. Supplies attack.
Brilliant. Oh good, the bots finally teleported. Alright, I'm actually gonna get out of here. I'd like some healing. It's at times like this I wish Kruger were here. He could print temp health for me. Okay, I think the horde's about over. Yep. Bile troll. You'd hate to see it.
Hear that? Hope you like trolls, mates.
Looks like we lost one eye.
No, there goes one eye.
Which eye do you want missing? Rear and top. Guide my steps.
Stupid and ugly. Reminds me of someone else.
Can't see me now.
Here, assassin, I'm ready for you. Will you stop shooting me? So, an elf can kill a troll. Live and learn. You're stupid.
Be ready.
His assassin's dead. There'll be more.
Welcome here.
Well, if I survive this, I can force the elf to pick up the tome that Saltspire dropped, and I can finally get out of black and white. But that involves me surviving this.
Here, healing drive.
Lovely. Feel it do
Oh. Well, that's a load off the shoulders. I'm no longer on death's door. I probably should have had Barden take the tome, because Barden is an unkillable monster, and I love him for it. Okay, Horde, do you want to finish soon?
That's another leech down.
Alright, we just fought a monster. There won't be another one, at least not for a hot minute.
A warrior rat. Black ones.
Please. Gas rat.
Bloody Globadeer.
There we go. Last tome is in this area somewhere.
A warrior rat, I'll have it. Shield Raki incoming. A Dundee, why not aim for the eye? Stop it, Kruger!
Really?
Come on then, you blackbird bastard!
I hear a leech on the prowl.
Hook rat prowling, don't get caught! One of them black rats! Hey, come here, black rat!
Lend me your might. Ah, I'm fading. God's
Elf's in a bad way.
I know that sound. Rattling gunner. You all hear that, Brightstormer, right? Don't waste that advantage. Like that! Storm Sorcerer's out of it.
Didn't finish reloading. I wish it only played that dramatic thump, like thumb, whenever it actually, you know, finished reloading. But it actually plays it early, and it's super annoying.
Same cause. Yes, of course. We are so alike.
Oh, it's just another bottle. I will say, I distinctly remember there being a tome, I think a tome in this area. Though I don't exactly remember where. There's another bottle, I can already tell from the shape, yeah. Double special spawns, you'd love to see it.
Here they come. Stand
No, down here
firm
isn't.
and
There's
straight
nothing
on.
down there. I don't think. Oh, I wish I could remember things more clearly.
Looks like he tried to make a run for it. Didn't do him much
Where?
good.
There's no body.
Let's hope the Blight Reaper's still in the temple. Shield ready!
Alright, now I gotta wander around this area looking for a tome that I think is around here. Nope. That's that underground path that I was...
Oh, where have all the gobbles gone? Why have they all run away?
Ocean cash!
More bottles. God. I just want the tome. Actually, I think the tome is down here, now that I'm looking. It looks strangely familiar. No? Not behind a bookcase. Hmm. Well, realistically, if I get close to it, one of the bots will automatically pick it up. Get back to the High Temple Gate. That... I sure wish I could. I wish I could get out of this level and call it, but the last tome... Okay, we went down below. This ladder doesn't actually function or go anywhere. No. Dealt healing.
Hold a moment while I drink.
Some pigs. I wish there weren't so many bottles in this level. And that my memory was clear enough to know where the tomes and grims are. No, nothing. This is just here? Also, I'm starting to get nervous that nothing has spawned in a hot minute. No trolls, no specials. Nothing, it's just quiet. Well, I'm running out of options. So we do the classic. You can see my cursor as I quickly go to the internet. Blight Reaper tomes. Alright, I got the one in the... I got the first tome in Grim. Got the second tome in Grim. Tome 3. Look the alcove to the right. Ah, right. I am painfully dumb. So, believe it or not, it's right near where we entered the area. I didn't need to scour around this area. It was right near the gate. That's fine, Spud. Also, Spud, if you type exclamation point SO and then your name as it appears in chat, you will get a shout out, probably. Pardon. Corelli needs healing.
Not like that, Kruber. You're making it worse.
And nothing. You'll try. Hey, remember, there's no at. It's just exclamation SO space a helpless Spud. I don't know why mine's different. I didn't change anything, but... Nope. Nothing. That's odd. Wait, what? It added the at for you? Ah. Sod it all. C. B. I don't know if this will work because it's all lowercase, but it's important enough to me that I want to make sure that, yeah.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
War Thunder.
Did he make it? He did not. He did not make it. Oh no. You won't take me alive. What? I tried it. I think I could have made it if they didn't all shoot me.
That is a classic. Spectacular. Well, time for the hard part of this mission, where it's a large... large holdout section. Alright, so...
Medical supplies here. Look, a warrior rat.
Good night. Sorry, shoutouts were weird, and I had to alt-tab to do it, but... Well, we're all at full health, and... It's the best chance we've got.
Look for the release lever. The Sanctum Maleficarum is here somewhere.
Oh, there's ammo.
Ammunition here.
Alright, that'll be something to keep in mind. So, this crescendo event, I'm gonna press that lever, and then I need to find a bunch of switches hidden throughout the, throughout this library. There are 5 of them. They'll get highlighted as the waves go on. But there's gonna be a lot of elites in this. There's also gonna be a dedicated, Chaos Warrior wave.
Hit a slow, lumbering target after all.
Don't stop.
I actually accidentally went towards it.
Keep back. There, that's right.
Got it.
Nasty business, this. Temples are meant to be safe ground.
Spuddy Spud. And he goes. It's always nice to see Spud in chat. It's a shame that things happen, but hey.
Shall be slain. Warrior rat.
Alright, there should be a ladder there it is. I'm gonna make sure I don't get stabbed in the back.
Your ears on that. I reckon it's a fire rat.
Warp fire thrower.
Fire rat's down.
Why celebrate? We have yet to finish.
Bottle. I don't like being up here. Yeah. I was gonna say, if a bunch of heavies just suddenly appeared, things would become difficult.
Piss on that rattling!
Well, that was a little spooky.
There's a little time. Pick up the piece.
I wanted to use that ladder. Alrighty then.
Hook rat, kill it!
Hook rat! Strangler's dead! Hold, team, there's still one left! There, that's rat!
Alright, you could hear a distorted yell. That is for the plague vermin. The plague rats. Gas rat, while annoying, can do friendly fire. But what I'm concerned about are the plague rats.
Such vileness.
Bloody clover deer!
Gas rats are brooches.
God, I hate the bots.
Moment, will ya? We're getting good at this story.
Alright, this is where things are gonna become interesting. Also, that wasn't the last one.
You might just be good at this story.
Help me! Are you blind?
I'm trying to keep an eye on that center area. That area there. Because that's where the,
Night stormer,
oh goodness, that's where the, metalheads are gonna be. Last one. Blightstormer, up above.
It's a damn Kentucky doom, that's what it is.
Oh, I turned my field of view and it just suddenly berserker.
Yeah, like troubles, the lot of you. Oh, nothing off. Try again. Ah, yeah. Be more careful.
Get the
next
elf up.
time, elf. Chaos warrior, to me. That's better. One less chaos warrior.
You're missing us of thorns! I'm binding my wounds.
Elf needs to bind wounds faster.
Need a potion?
Alright, I got it. I kind of want to wait for Saltspire to respawn first, but...
Oi, who's been messing with this thing?
Nope, all of my health has gone to temp health. I need to get out of here quick.
Come on, Wessex, and do we await you? Right, the man and the hammer. I shut you off. Almost there, just a little further.
Yep, just need to keep going. This is fine. As soon as I get out, all the bots get to go out. Also, well, that's interesting to note. So you'll notice that Saltspire didn't have all temp HP. That's because he got revived after I picked up the Blight Reaper. That's interesting. Interesting to note. I think that's the first time I've ever gotten through the Blight Reaper with all the Tomes and Grims. So that's good for me. It's also the first time I've ever done it on Legend. Alright, so, completed a quest apparently. Ah, for tomes. Challenges. Bogenhofen missions on Legend difficulty. Excellent. Also completed. Complete a Blight Reaper on Legend. Nice. This is literally tabletop scav. I mean, you're... Is this a certifiable... You're out of line, but you're right? Alright. None of that really matters. Alright. I've gotten 2 General's Vaults and 2 Emperor's Vaults today. Oh boy. You can field a lot of rats. You are factually correct, my friend. Although it's technically not us fielding the... Well, no. I am Ratman after all, so... Is it really going to be that painful? Just junk? All junk? Yes. Go ahead and open these Emperor's Vaults. Cross my fingers for a red. There's a red. Charm. I could scream with the amount of agony I feel inside right now. Yes, Ratman plays the rat game. It is what I do. Alright, let's get crafting. And a red charm to mock me. Always the charms. Scrap the charm and just upgrade one of your oranges, but I don't get the red skin that way. You need to understand. Sure, I want consistent max stats across all weapons, but at the same time, I have a mighty need. A need for greed and for shiny things. Like, look, it's disappointing. Although I will say, perhaps they'll eventually make Myrmidia weapons for all, and I can just put the Myrmidia skin on them, but... I don't know. Right, so that was both Bogenhofen maps done on Legend difficulty. There's only 2. I know better than to test my luck and go for Cataclysm. Fortunes of War on Legend should be doable, but I'll need my partner for that. And he went off for dinner and hasn't returned, so... What movie is my profile picture from? That's not a movie, it's from Endless Space 2. That is Horatio. If you look up Endless Space 2, Horatio Ecstatic. At least I'm pretty sure it's Horatio Ecstatic. Yes. Horatio 100% ecstatic. Weird rubber mask from an 80s movie. Ah. Yes. Well, you see, I'm Ratman because I play Vermintide 2 and I started streaming. I started my streaming expeditions playing Vermintide 2. And Horatio because on Discord I go by Horatio. Because Endless Space 2 is endlessly funny, and seeing Horatio Ecstatic pop up in a voice chat got into Endless Legend. That is quite the thing, isn't it? I need to collect Ravage art in places. At least this place is effectively done. Wait, I've completed the Enchanter's Lair and Blood in the Darkness on Legend, but I've never completed Old Haunts on Legend? Old Haunts is the easiest one. You got into it long enough to fully wrap your head around the mechanics. You should get the DLC and binge it again. Well, that's your prerogative now, isn't it?
While I remember, Alicia was looking for you, Kruber.
Alright, so... Huntsman Kruber. Tons of fun, does lots of damage. Stressful to play, because you need to land those headshots. Witch Hunter Captain. He's very consistent, and I enjoy the consistency. Talents, I take Fervency over the Unending Hunt, and I take Charmed Life, because I like being able to get out of the way. Yes. No, maybe so. Can you repeat the question? A game where you actually prepare for seasons and stuff. Step Prowler. Thank you very much for the follow. I suppose whenever I saw your first comment, I should have said hello. Most conversations start with hello, but in this case... in this case, it didn't. Alright. Hunger in the Dark is dark, so finding Ravaged Art there is always a little... Why did I have everything completed on Act 2? Act 2 is just done, and it's a weird thing. War Camp's done, Festering Ground is done. You know what? Against the Grain. I like Against the Grain. It's, strange enough, probably one of my favorite maps. For equipment, Rapier, Brace of Pistols, Boon of Shalia. Boon of Shalia, Decanter for more potion duration, and Shrapnel. Actually don't need Shrapnel on Saltspire because he already adds 20%, so...
One of my lads reckons he can get a message to the Order, if you're interested.
Let's take Potted Unguent. For a chance not to consume grenades. Alright. You pass the enjoyable and want to put to phone while you make coffee test. Ah, you were in the Spud raid. I'll have to remember to thank Spud. Oh, that's very questionable. So there's a piece of the menu behind the UI saying hosting game, and, yeah. Good. Talents. Blade Dancer is worthless. I think that's better. Max health, yep. Pass through enemies, that's fine. That's gotten me killed in the past, so I guess, yeah. Yes. Alright. Let's get it on.
Rock blood raiding parties are cutting loose in the fields around Usingen.
Alright, so against the grain, we go through some farm fields, fighting through chaos, and then we need to free the farmers, because they didn't run.
And I hope there are. You'll find them held captive there. Do what you can. Every prisoner freed is one less slave used by the enemy, and repay the dead in kind, if you follow.
I think part of the reason I enjoy Against the Grain is because if you get to the final event and the team is in step, you can get through it with very little issue. Like, I think this is one of the first Geheimnisnacht ones of the season that I managed to do.
Haste! Over the fence!
More side storm vermin. Fine, Claw. You've learned something from me after all.
Oi, give me your attention.
More storm vermin. Is there no end to them?
Excellent.
Nice. He's not rousing from that.
Festering vermin. Kill them
A lot
all.
of storm vermins.
Bloody black rats.
Come, Black Rat. I'll show you mercy.
Was there only one plague rat?
Gas rats. Hold your breath.
I hear Skaven machinery. At last.
Okay.
The years
I was gonna say, are the AI going to actually deal with the,
of Black Rat.
This is our moment.
Send your buggers back into the walk by a thrower. Sigmar. I hope never to see another. Hot helm incoming. We're all good, mate. Fire rat's dead.
Now I am actually going to have to be careful here and not push too far ahead, because monsters can spawn in this zone, and if I push ahead and get one while I'm dealing with a horde that leads to patrol or anything else like that, I might be in danger. Oh boy, ammo. I was hoping for a bomb, or healing.
Warp fire thrower. Some of the dead deserve better. Some.
Blast. A watchful eye, Dory.
Blightstormer, I warned you. Don't let it hook you.
Aw, he was out. He was outside the range of my shove, so he still managed to swing. And there's the rat ogre.
You want a bag, coffee?
Barden.
Almost also. Well, get them all out.
Alright.
Feeble fire rat. My righteousness burns the flame.
Only by a thread here. You're as bad as Cousin Humphrey. Accept some help, donkey. Black ogre.
There's a horde. Gonna have to take care of that.
A rot elf. Clumsier than you.
Okay, I have aggro. Oh! Oh. Okay, so what happened there was I had aggro. I had the aggro of the rat ogre. But good old dwarf, always by my side, took a hit. And the Curse of Gromril effect on his armor happened. Oh.
Sigmar guides my strength, bastard wolf.
Wish he'd guide mine. Or better yet,
There we go.
send me a nice cool
Yes, his Curse of Gromwell, which causes him to do some serious knockback whenever he takes a hit, procced, which stole the aggro from the monster and put it on him. Need to retreat and reload. Alright, that's enough of reload. Excellent.
Blightstormers dealt with. Play Sigmar.
You might be wondering why I hadn't gone,
We shall put them to use.
hadn't been particularly please? There we are. Why I hadn't been particularly aggressive with the, pistols when I was fighting the monster, and it's specifically for that reason. While I can do a lot of damage using my ranged weapon, I want to keep the ranged weapon specifically for specials.
We've a leech by the sound of it.
Leech witch disposed of! I see a Zilla's doobie over there! A storm weaver!
Okay, elf got him. Good. The chittering you hear is the sound of an ambush.
I shall smite these star famine! Back to each other, it's an ambush!
Alright, my friend has returned from dinner. I wonder if he's interested in joining me. I'm sure I'll see Pip up in the corner of my eye that he's interested.
Prowley, don't get caught!
There is another Peckmaster. Kruber.
Gas rat. Somewhere close.
Gas rat! Gas ball!
Look out, it's gonna blow.
Gas rat! Not any longer!
That is a Storm Vermin patrol. I'll invite my associate to the lobby in case he wants to join. If he doesn't, he doesn't. It's no hard feelings, no big deal. Storm Vermin patrols are large groups of storm vermins. What a shock, yeah?
Now see what my actions have brought.
Certainly, that gets firm action.
Indeed. But firm action slithers a brood all
There
on
they
its
are.
own. Only a fool would claim to know their ambitions.
Ha! Speaking in riddles again, Elf.
Then ignore me. It's better for us both.
Forden Greeman is joining. Forden Greeman is my associate.
I do believe you're getting better at this, dwarf.
Aye, well, if you want to ever been going the way it should, and to take off that keg of ale you downed last night, I shouldn't wonder. Cousin Audrey says hello.
Growing up in an age where teens and full-grown adults shit on your soul when you refuse to play.
Oh, they're on the attack now.
What? Have to disclose hard feelings. Ford and I have known each other for well over 10 years. If he didn't want to play, he didn't have to. Like, there have been multiple times in the past where he's decided, I don't want to play. And he's gone off and played Fallout or gone to watch hockey. It's not like he's beholden to me, and not like I'm beholden to him. We're just good old friends.
He's dead and done.
Such slaughter! If only you were of the faithful, Elf.
Gas rat, about to show. Bit quiet, don't you think? Cat.
What's those globes?
There's healing up here, Ford.
Don't squander it.
Oh, there's healing potion and medical supply. What is... I don't understand that, Pinky. He's just...
A healing drop right here.
Storm vermin. Backstabber, did you see it?
more of a lull friend thing. Well, Ford and I don't play League of Legends. Maybe that's why. We used to play Dota, but we never played with other people. We always did the custom game modes that, you know, that the Steam Workshop allows for. Because I guess it's just how me and Ford are. We don't like being competitive. At least I don't. Maybe he does secretly, and he's just kept it a secret all these years, but... Considering how long we've been gaming together, I figured he'd been honest about it.
A righteous blood war. Your ancestors must have fought alongside Sigma. My ancestors fought alongside everyone, Grimgy. And with each other. That's hard in the mountains.
Life's hard everywhere, Bardin.
Look at that armored brute. More blatant sense.
For some reason, I thought I had a tome. I don't.
Now, in that channel. Chaos Warrior down. Found the smells of an ambush. No match for Imperial steel. This is where we stand, and they fall. Let me patch my wounds. A Chaos Warrior leads them. Like that, Northlander. Cracky gunner.
It's a weird thing to say. Like, I don't hate League of Legends, but every time there's, like, League of Legends is brought up, it's always like, oh yeah, it's a fun game, but the community is a bit tilted. They're a bit salty. I guess you, as someone who's played League of Legends, might have better insight.
Draw their fire. Hush! You're a gutter runner.
Runner.
On the left, on the parapet.
Stabber's about.
No more kills for you, assassin.
A Rothelm approaches.
The fast blow is mine.
You hate all of it. The game is repetitive and is crap. All the toxic people who used to be in your life tried to get you into it. Well, that's disturbing.
Come, you'll see through the barn.
There's a rattling somewhere close.
There's a grimoire in this area. There's also the second grimoire. And a tome.
Chaos Warrior in sight.
Pardon, gonna have that. Gonna grab ammo, which I don't need.
Think that's a
Move
Clover
it
deer.
here!
There he goes, our little dwarven champion.
Get out of the way, Lumberfoot!
Why, it's a RL thing too. Or the grim things. The prospect of just the real life, like, oh yeah, the toxic people in my life really wanted me to do this thing. Like, that, I find that disturbing.
Watch out, Chaos Warrior.
I mean, grims are also disturbing things, but...
To me. Back run to me.
See how they come to the slaughter. The gunner is slain.
Take out the rattling gunner. Yeah, that rattling's done for. All right.
Well, if they were the toxic elements in your life, I hope you've either removed them or they've gotten better. And I hope you're happy. Sincerely. Everyone deserves happiness.
Right here. Be embarrassing.
You are of no use dead.
I'm gonna
Herald.
heal Ford.
This potion smells foul.
It happened twice, you would say. First one was from high school, and the second one was a tree of red flags, with LOL being one of them. Well, all I can say is I hope you saw the writing on the wall and no harm came to you or any of your loved ones. Sometimes toxic people can do unpredictable things.
That's no natural flame.
Go ahead. Oh, that worked. Hook rat coming. Can you take care of it? Not like that.
Maybe next time.
One of them openly, constantly angry ones. Hey, at least there was a level of transparency there, yeah?
I'm not surprised.
I am. Never sure what to shoot at.
Oh,
with a
right, Ford, we
sword.
gotta go get the
Do it
Grim.
wherever you can, as often as possible, all right?
I've a shot for your rotten heart, Blightstormer.
Nice shooting.
Form on me, Dory. We'll take the Kazaki Dome together.
Please, ladder. I beg you. I beg you, ladder. Let me go. Let me be free.
Ammunition, should you have a care?
Oh. I probably should let Ford take that ammo. Whatever.
I've got another here.
Good Saggy's a dead Saggy.
Gruber. Incoming horde.
They brought up a warp fire door.
Right side top! Smash him in! That's right, pure textbook.
There's a Blightstormer lurking about. It is unfortunate. There we go.
Problem now.
Ugh, that smell. Like festering flesh.
Gas rat. Come on, Horatio. You've made this jump before.
Right, Stormer, close. You hear what I hear, mate? Leech.
I'm good to go when you are.
I do believe you're getting better at this, dwarf.
Well, takes a few battles to get everything flowing the way it should.
And to shake off that keg of ale you downed last night, I shouldn't wonder.
If Ossingen is burning,
All right, we're going down.
worse than we thought.
Worse than you thought, perhaps. I have no such illusions.
Allow me a little hope, Wittelge.
Oh, what's the point? The dark gods have come. Hope is a poor shield against such.
What was I impacting on there? That was... Horde. We just fought a monster, because there's a guaranteed monster spawn there. There is a chance that a monster can spawn up here. There was a rat ogre at the start, so there still is actually a chance that there's a monster in that field.
It's scary to light this
Okay, there's the horde. Just gotta embrace the mulcher. No enemies coming from behind us yet, which is maybe a issue with the map. Don't know. We'll find out, I'm certain.
Fare thee well, fire rat. Life leech center.
Life leech is dead!
We had a good old-fashioned double spawn of life leeches.
Chaos warrior nearby.
Who brewed this muck? There is no escape.
Ford is running True Shot, meaning his capstone for his career skill is that if he lands a headshot with it, he gets it back, but it does a ton of damage. There's also only a single arrow, and it doesn't home. Kruber, take this tome.
Take that eyes.
Kruber?
For Lilia.
Dear Kruber, you confuse me.
Where have all the gobbles gone? Why have they all run away?
Sometimes it's best not to question it, Ford.
Gas rat.
Look out! Roboteer!
Hook Rat will be coming around that corner. Yep, there he is.
We have slain the Blightstormer!
Sorry, I could hear his heavy breathing. And it would remind me of someone I knew, and I need to remove it.
Before he calls the flame wind!
Oh, I thought I killed you.
My shield is ready, and you should be as well, Dory. You want another cutie? Morgan's Lock, just ahead. Big bloody work, mark my words.
Come, Gunner.
There's a Zerker over there.
Alone will fell you. Seek.
Oh, that shouldn't be so funny. Big old sip of dumb juice for me.
No, don't waste the healing.
Fly through.
Healing Kruber.
Many thanks, sir.
You're fine. I'm fine. We're all fine. I'm fine. Ford's fine. The bots are fine. But how are you? Are you fine? That is to anyone in chat. He is not fine. He's distinctly not. Yep.
Strike them down.
Well, that's good to hear. Alright, Ford. You know the deal. Once we start, we go.
No one else dies today, lest they're Northlanders or Ratmen. That's a leech and no more.
Unfortunate. There are multiple Chaos Warriors back here. There are.
Look out, brother.
Warriors dead. I can't cheat more. Like tall.
Real meat grinder going on.
Hold your breath. A Globateer. At last. You out of poison.
Alright, I'm going down. Come along, Forderoo. You've got places to be, people to free, and enemies to slay.
At last, ammunition. Glomadier's going to blow!
Yep.
Over there!
I did the animation for opening the gate. I didn't actually open the gate, however. A lot of enemies starting to stack up behind us.
I unleash black powder. Have I wronged you? The geese shoot there, not me.
Alright, that's clearing them up. There's a Chaos Warrior down there.
Go on! Fight! You cannot escape judgment!
Ooh, spooky. Bit of a waste of a potion there, but it's okay.
You need aid, Kruber.
Come along forward and bots will teleport or they won't.
The sergeant's down!
If we move fast enough, we won't. Now, that's Kruber dead. We lose a tome and a grim because Kruber got stuck. These things happen. Not really tilted either. Alright, bud.
A Globadier comes.
Good work, Ford.
Not as sneaky as...
Ford, do you want to do the bosses on legend difficulty real quick? Quick is a relative term. I can see that the in the bottom left things are flashing, meaning he said something. He says okay. Now, there is a, there are character challenges for defeating all the bosses with specific weapons. I don't actually remember them all, to be entirely honest. All lords, legendary, difficulty, Master Kruber, Mason Sword, yeah. I'll have to do that eventually. Bard needs with a dual hammer, I think. Well, he's got a bunch of things. Cog hammer. Yes, dual hammers. I've done Skittergate with him. Karelian has axe. I think I did hers already, or I came close. Ah, I did War Camp and Into the Nest with the axe. Hail Scourge and Skittergate I wanted no part of. Full disclosure. Axe Infaltion for Saltspire. Good. You know, Fuegonasis has the Crowbill. Yes. I do want these to be shiny and chrome. So, we'll start with Hail Scourge. No tomes, no grims, just violence.
I'm surprised to see you still here, Elf.
Alright, Tithe Taker, Open Wounds, Enhanced Power, Prize Bounty, Job Well Done, and Double Shotted. I like the crossbow. I am, however, going to be taking... No, I'm not taking Griffinfoot. What a shame. You know, let's take the crossbow, deal with specials at any range consistently. Brace of pistols is fun, but no. Double shotted. I can do lots of damage to monsters and bosses if I can aim But that's asking a lot. The catch on this crossbow is a little weird.
Flying around all day.
Ford's probably looking at his chest. I mean the rewards he got from the last mission. I might as well open this up. And it's all garbage. Yet again. Fantastic. I can't even see my legs, so...
It occurs to me that our realms have common cause, Elf.
You'd trust my kind.
Now, there's a sorcerer lord creating.
Fun
quite
fact
a
about the axe and
hullabaloo
falchion.
down in what's left of Helmgard.
It is a very confusing weapon, because as Saltspire, you can have a solo axe and a solo falchion.
Theft of my book collection in Ubersreich, remember?
But only whenever you purchase one of the DLCs, which I think is the Back to Ubersreich one, you get the axe and falchion, which is just better than either of the individual weapons, because it has the benefits of both.
Ride the guildsman's lift into the centre and just stove his bloody head in. No one steals from me.
The drop rates are very low for reds. Yes. Yes, I know. I have like... Hold on. I have 682 hours total. And the number of reds I've got is in... I think just barely into the double digits.
It's always the way.
Well, we've still a sorcerer to have a
And it's
friend
mostly
with
charms.
stabby.
My god, the amount of charms I've
Gift of
collected.
the gab, mates. And your gift of the stab.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with that. Low drop rates. Yeah. I think the different... If I remember right, from the unofficial table someone put together some years ago, 1,900 hour mark. Yeah, that tracks. As I was saying, if I remember from the table that has been floating around for a while, if you have just a normal vault, which is the reward for completing a mission on legendary difficulty. I said no tomes, no grims, but I'm greedy, okay?
So many.
The difference between the basic vault and the Emperor's is something like 5%. One gives you 3%, one gives you 8%.
Strike them down.
Foul artifice is this? Green fire?
The warp fire thrower is dead.
Monster.
Troll! Vile troll!
There it is.
All right! Come
People say 16 to 19. That's much better than I thought. Oh, there goes Kruger. Also, there's a horde. It's worth it. I think Kruger's going to die. But they never got confirmation from Fat Shark.
It's a wonder you're still standing.
What? Fat Shark didn't communicate with the community after being asked a very kind of important question? You're joking.
One monster kills another.
Would you rather the troll had won? Although it agreed not to ask a question, Everything the elves can
Also, Kruger did in fact die. Kind of funny. There's Leech. Well, one of them collided with the Life Leech's head.
Backstabbers about.
The assassin meets a deserved death. A vessel of wrath forged from black powder.
Well, other than Kruber dying, that wasn't too bad.
You know, when this is done, it might be best to fill this lot in and
I will say
start
the
over.
16 to 19% from Legend chests. That's a lot better than I thought.
Helmgart's gone. Poisoned. Gonna avenge it, but that's not the lot.
Never! The Empire does not concede its territory. Sigmar
The Empire does not concede its territory. Is that why Bretonia is a major power? I shouldn't laugh. Yeah, but you get the same weapon all the time? Yeah. I will say, it is really funny the amount of times I've gotten the Sienna's Staff of Conflagration. The Conflagration Staff. It is my most common red weapon, and it bothers me immensely. Buenos dias.
We have slain the Blightstormer!
There may be a lot of them, but they don't stand a chance.
Look at the way he skates. Sorry, I was so distracted by the figure skater. You know? Five red dust upgrade, a DLC weapon that are just like 25 legend runs on average. I got distracted. I was reading chat. Oh, I'm actually gonna die here. Forward backpedaling. Where are you going? Where are you going? You've abandoned the bot. You are very much alone. And so is the bot. Fat Shark respects the player's time. I can feel your sarcasm from here. I want you to know that. And I appreciate it. Well, Ford, I don't know what you thought you were doing, but you're all alone now.
Replays! Where have you gone? Blackfire! On its way!
Ford doing 100 of his own health and damage.
That wind blew straight from the full spirit.
Look, when this is all said and done, I want to know what was going through Ford's head. I want to know why he did that.
Get out of its path!
Well, grab the tome. You can grab healing as well, which I recommend strongly. Also, they've... Oh, boy. Well, there's a storm vermin coming behind you. Literally behind you. Well, you got Kruber. Me and the dwarf are on the other side of the cravat. Why don't backpedal for those potions, maybe? Too late now, I guess?
Shield vermin among them.
I've known Ford for over 10 years. I have no idea what's going on inside his head.
It's preparing to fire! Gotcha, runner!
We live in strange times. Assassin, left side.
Savage!
Yeah, you stay down, sneaker. Can we find something a bit more stable and quickly?
Shield vermin! Incoming!
Much better.
Indiscriminate slaughter in the service of heresy.
Frisky, ain't ya?
Alright.
Give them hell! Chop them to bloody pieces!
Gasrat's dead.
Horde behind. Yep, there they are. Why do they scatter so much?
That's what we call a barrack bar hunting.
No reason to do combos. They're super spread out.
My shield is ready. You should be as well, Dory. You think they will stop me?
It really bothers me that enemies don't do animations anymore when you're not looking directly at them. Like, it bothers me immensely. I don't know what they did in that last update, but of all the things they could have changed, that is a weird thing to have changed.
You hear what I hear, mates? Leech.
Keep moving. Look at where he's Dory. Leech wedge. Leech is down. Not bad for a fella with one eye.
Sigmar guides my strikes, Master Dwarf.
Wish he'd guide mine. Or better
Speed
yet,
potion,
send me
there's
a nice
ammo.
Cool flagon of ale.
Ah, praise the comet. Ammunition.
There's a patrol.
I keep hearing you speak of the weave curriculum, but not what it is.
It is the heart and
Losing is fun.
That's fine play.
ours also.
Funny, I've never noticed anything.
Or perhaps you merely missed the significance. Make no mistake, your back.
The layer stab.
My grandmother hits out of the back. With this shot I am dirty.
One less leech. Too much to hope the ratmen have scampered off and the Northlanders are sleeping.
Blightstormer, end his chance.
Also, the amount of shots I did there that had one contact ahead, but not both.
Sakrat is no
Goodbye,
more.
Sakrat. Look. Greed is a beautiful thing.
Bugger, look at his door. He wants to be underneath.
Was it the best idea to jump down? I mean, we did just have the patrols, so we were safe from monsters.
Judgment is coming. Storm vermin.
I'm ready for you.
I really hate fighting enemies on slopes.
Mind the shielded ones.
Sorcerer, he controls the wind.
Kill the hooker. Make it suffer.
Sakrat's dead.
Foul
Don't be a
Blightstormer.
victim,
Dead and
guys.
gone.
Where? Gasrat!
Gasrat's dead. Healing draft if needed.
Oh, good kill, sir. But keep your elbow up. Your guard's open.
That swing wasn't supposed to connect, but it did, and I'll take it.
Oh, Rubam, I shall heed your advice.
2 things of medical supplies at the base of the tower.
One wants to look your
Healing draft at the top.
That's right. Waste our supplies.
Where the bloody Uber's right by. Oh, boy.
There is no escape. No sorrow for a dead packmaster.
Barton has the tome, we can go.
Ha! It shoots much, but hits little.
My accuracy has gone out the window. Please. Crossbow bolts.
Oh,
I beg you,
unbearable
connect.
Spells come with a job nowadays. Every sodding time. Hear that? Sounds like an assassin. I killed the whole...
Well, he jumped from the top of the bridge and did a flip. I'll respect that.
A rattling lux.
Well, Anakin, I regret to inform you I need to take the high ground. There he is. There he isn't.
Send the buggers back into the field! Oh, foul abomination!
The team is struggling. Why? Why fall back so far? I feel confusion. Ford, are you letting your father play?
Such vileness.
Look out! Clovertier! Assassin nearby! Sigma, bless this shot!
It survived? Sorry, I'm baffled that storm vermin survived.
I'm on the spot healing for you.
I am lost
I'm having a time.
beyond words.
What year is it? What day is it? Am I in the right plane of reality? Oh, his pings jumped up. That might have something to do with it. If anyone stumbles across this video, let it be known that on whatever today's date is, 2022, Fat Shark netcoding is still garbage.
Ammunition!
Huck rat! Huck rat!
Shield vermin. No, just a scratch.
Fine, Troll! You learned something from me after all!
A valiant strike.
It's time to miss shots. I move sideways, but I don't know. I thought I kept my crosshair on the storm vermin, but hey, maybe I didn't. Perhaps while I dodged, I flinched, which is entirely possible. That or...
I hear the backstabber. Still haven't learned. I think we broke the warp fire thrower.
Ah, the fire that died.
At least even on higher difficulties, Rattling Gunners don't do a whole lot of damage at mid to long range.
At last, ammunition.
Ammo... Any healing? No. No, there isn't.
More safe. Storm vermin.
Ravage Dart is a welcome sight. Oh, you were gonna career skill.
What a bleeding righteous place. I said, we owe payback for this place. Oh, the wreckage you can stop us. You're welcome to bloody try.
Look, sometimes you just need to shove a man off a cliff. Please. Padding.
Watch out! Storm vermin. Warrior rats.
Imbibing a potion. My
That's a walk
nostrils
by thrower.
rank
Get
with
clear,
tainted
get
flame.
clear. What?
Cannot hide.
Gas rats, beware its poison. Gatling gun.
I feel pain. Horde.
Oh, acid shot. Fight! Fight! Kill! Dead!
Please. Man, I wish I had a potion of concentration. Potion of speed ain't bad, but it's not what I'm looking for in order to unalive Hail Scourge.
My young beardling, as you'll plainly see, is why you never trust an LG. Is 2 and 3. Your timing is impeccable.
On one hand, that song gives me a chuckle. On the other hand, why, Barden?
Oh, spare me your perverted musings, plague witch. I am your servant.
Yeah, I deserve that.
For Sigma! Charge!
Nope. He broke. Yeah. This happens every now and again. Concoction is quite good for Bounty Hunter, yeah. Yeah, that's the second time today that, Burble Skews just broke. I guess I should take it as goody-goody, because we don't have to deal with Burble Spew, but at the same time... There's the hook rat.
Ha! A dead pagmaster is a
We
sight
should
for
go
sore.
before... Yes, the book. The tome. Well, Bib, do you happen to know why Hail Scourge just froze? He got stumbled by Kruber there, and then he just locked up. No idea. I don't think anybody knows other than Fat Shark themselves. Hey, no Renaud's middle finger. Maybe not even them. Probably not even them. From what little I know about coding from my associates who do, in fact, code, coding is a wicked creature that is fickle and you cannot understand it. How are we breaking him? So I think what happens is that in certain spots, if he gets stumbled and gets forced back, it messes up his nav mesh or something. It's the only guess I can come to, because that's the second time today it's happened. What in the world? Oh, right, Ocar's Challenges. Ta-da! Coding is heretical. Now. I hate you so much. Watelgi Pelt incoming. In all fairness, this is what I have to deal with. I can go hundreds of hours without getting a red. And Ford gets them like every third mission. That's 3 in 2 days. That luck will fall off hard. You never know. Perhaps you're siphoning all of my good fortune.
These streams, this black future of which you speak,
Aye? What of it?
are they real or another?
Right, time for the easiest boss in the game. Boss in the game. I need to take a sip of tea.
Would I lie
My
about something
sinuses are
like that?
starting to go.
A large chunk of Clan Fester are currently camped down in the ruins of Karak Knoll. Now, Skaven are paranoid little buggers, so you're going to sneak in, kill their warlord, and watch the chaos unfold. I'd love a full-scale civil war, but at the very least, I think
Do
we'll
deed
delay
quick play
the
run, that
work
way you
on
get
the
2 vaults
skip
per
again.
run and keep the deed.
Oh, don't look at me like that.
I don't
You
have deeds.
enjoy it
If I had a deed, I'd do it. Deeds are only an option if you actually have them. Like, that's not me mocking you or anything, and I apologize if that came up far harsher than I intended.
Except for
But-
the stealthy lumberfoot part.
And my friend? I have no idea what my friend has. He's a mute, so...
Subtlety will serve us better than blood.
Well, not actually a mute. I've known the man for 10 years. I heard his voice once, about 6 years ago. According to him, his microphone broke the same day. So... Perhaps for the last couple boss matches, we can check our deeds. Sounds like true friendship. I mean...
Vermin with shields here.
It all started many a year ago with this funny little game called Team Fortress 2. You have not checked yours in forever. Yeah. Okay.
Bring me as bones another black fur!
Back up to me.
Get out of it! Fight! Seek!
Oh, there were 2 of them.
But I am on your side! Help!
Am I sure he's a real person? Don't you start with that, too.
Could have been quite impressive. With less
There's a running joke amongst one of the discords I'm in that Ford isn't a real person, that he's an AI that I programmed, and that I'm actually just schizo-posting in real life, and that he's not real. Look. Look. If this is all an illusion, I'd like to wake up now, please. Can we talk about the Matrix real quick? If the Matrix... I'm not in the Matrix. That's copyrighted. You see, I'm stuck with a VR goggle strapped to my head. I'm trapped in the meta. Yes, the logistical endpoint for the Zuck. The AI story sounds more plausible than a micro that broke 10 years ago. A mic that broke. Look, you need to understand. You need to understand, my fragile psychological well-being requires for him to be real. My fragile psyche, that's the word I was thinking of. Also, how would I program an AI? Look, that's banned in a lot of countries. Someone at Google once fell in love with one because they thought it was real. There's ravaged art. The savage fart. I'm going back for it. I don't think I even need it, but I'm going back for it. Oh, there's speed. The potion. Good, great, excellent.
Bet that's an assassin out here. Not alive. One less assassin to worry about.
Oh, I don't know why it's funny that I just turned around. Oh, I just point blanked the Skaven, the storm vermin, and it's just like, turn around. Well, my allies are there. Kruber's getting murdered, but they're there.
Might go reach us where your hit cannot, Strangler.
I've seen scores die in a single burst of sun. Kill that fire rat.
I shouldn't find it funny. I just do.
Blacky Blackfur.
Oh, he didn't get... I had hoped he'd been stunned. He did not, in fact, get stunned. Barden. Oh, there was a bomb. Forward, remember not to push ahead in case a monster spawns. Because monsters can spawn on that bridge, and it's annoying. No. There were two of them. Secret second pack rat. You need to understand that that is why that absolutely heretical, absolutely terrifying. I only heard one Packmaster. The second one's... Good shot, Ford. Kruber still just back there, being Kruber. He can't make the jump! What do you mean he can't make the jump? He's an AI!
Bagoraki with shields.
A black rat with a shield. Ha!
Yeah, a lovely drop. Come on, you need to reach this bridge.
The rat perishes, and the mechanism ceases.
The gas! Watch out!
Gas rat's dead.
Strike them!
That isn't who I tagged, but okay.
It's a rattler. Not bad for a fellow with one eye.
Sigmar guides my strikes, Master Dwarf.
Wish he'd guide mine, or better yet, send me a nice cool flagon of ale.
The gunner is slain.
Horde. Also a Rattling Gunner.
Oh, slap that black rat.
Wipe the glory.
There is no escape!
Watch out! Rattling gunner!
Really?
You think pain will stop me?
Lumberfoot, can you not see this is the path?
Transport your bigot, Rory. Playback!
Ford, drink that potion behind us.
A healing drop right here.
No more fire rats. We've a fire
Nothing down
rat
here other than ammo.
supplies.
The AI will figure it out. They have to. Alright, there's a rattling gunner. There's another gas rat.
Failed gas rats. Death is too good for you.
Ah, a stash of explosive devices.
No monster. Good, great, excellent.
Looks hale and
Remember, we press the lever and then we go all the way around and then we can pick up the tome while we're over there.
can't deny that you know how to kill elk.
This is nothing. You would have seen me at Hogger's Bridge dozens of times.
Hoggers. Wait. Two known regiments vanished without trace of Hoggers. Help! Help!
Next wave. Packmaster. I wish I could turn down the music and turn up like special sounds. That's what you get. You're racing against the host and you have like near 100 ping 8 out of 10 times. There's no ceiling for you to hit. There was a ceiling for you to hit. Why is that textured?
Healing drop. You'll need it.
God damn it. There's a not insignificant amount of humor in what happened there. So to people who don't know what happened there and why I find it funny, I shot one of the assassins. The other assassin leapt at Barden, who dodged it. It slid along the wall, landed on me, which clipped Kruber. Fantastic.
Not these blackbird bastards again.
A storm vermin! Engage with care!
Wee.
Ammunition!
Oh boy, 2 things of ammo.
There is that shadow!
Warp fire thrower.
Watch your back. That's a runner. Coming, gun.
Oh, good. That worked exactly the way I'd hoped it would. I didn't even know the warp fire thrower was there. I just had the sneaking suspicion. That and I could hear him coming up behind us. But I wasn't sure if he was in that group. You can tell by the sound of the coconuts. I'll be right over there. Yep, there he is. I think there's also a rattling gunner back there. I think Ford took care of the rattling gunner that was behind us.
Look at how the loathsome vermin have left the forge fall to entropy.
He disappeared. I didn't kill him, he just vanished.
Black rat, kill the Wazzick! Cloverbeard! Get back! Incoming!
I'm having a not great time right now.
Receive the judgment of Sigmar!
Just down me already. My gameplay is so bad that I deserve it. Also, you could see because he was tagged that his animation stopped whenever he went to do the leap, and he just floated.
Here's a healing draft.
Smells a bit odd. It'll be worth it.
Storm Vermin Patrol. I'm playing good. I disagree. I'm playing horrifically.
Blackbear shield.
Watch out for the assassin. Now, speaking of assassin,
Gas rat needs
bye.
to die! Gas ball! Cloverbeard's down!
Here, ammunition.
AI are just breathing deep. Actually, good on ammo.
Take that ice.
Oh,
What's your aim out?
my vision obfuscated.
Another fruity?
That packmaster will trouble us no more.
I can't believe I made it through all that, no problem. Alright, let's reconvene with my teammate.
Strike me down.
How is the out to help me?
Let's see, come here!
Alright, Barden's got you.
That's all you've got! You must have more! Yeah, like gobbles, a lot of you! Ah, weapons up! Fight like it's payday!
Nope, I don't want to be in that corner.
Gruber! Well, I suppose we should save.
Don't want me to have all the fun, do you? This is where we stand as the
And we're good. Kruber is still on death's door, but... No, he's not on death's door. He'd have a wound mark. What's clearing his wound? Does Amaranth health heal clear wounds? That doesn't make any sense. Did they change that? You got healed by Kruber. You have full health again. Yeah, you got healed by Kruber. Kruber should be on death's door, but he's not.
Take your time killing it, why don't you?
Push forward. There's no horde. There's no patrol. Monsters are unlikely, but not impossible.
Ice fire potion.
Well, you're not what I'm looking for, but I'll take it. What, not gonna shoot the pinky? Not gonna give in to your elf main brain?
Ratmen everywhere. Proceed carefully, or we
Crit.
risk weakening the nest.
I shall smite
I knew I heard one.
vermin. The devious elven mind is impossible to decipher.
Why must
She
you take
decides
bleed?
to shoot me now?
What?
Chop 'em to bloody pieces!
No, no, I know better.
A clover deer is near. Poisoned rat's dead. Come, vermin! Rattling gun!
Please. Ah. Look, my depth perception is bad. I didn't think it was that bad.
Shot, I abjure thee! Strike it down! Die! Bastard! Oh, storm vermin, is it? Fine!
I smell charred.
Rat Ogre, I accidentally pulled in the middle of a horde like an idiot.
Weapons up!
I assumed we were still safe from running into the, what's it called? Pull back into the bigger area.
There shall fall!
Oh, I have its aggro. Fully. Alright, Kruber, Barden, one of you. There we go.
Yeah, that bloody earth!
Yep, just gonna friendly fire there. Alright, Barden now has full aggro.
Try again!
Why did I jump there? Oh. I did a little hippie hop and that got me killed.
If I die, return me to the soil.
You're in a bad way with your dick.
Well, that is GG. My bad, I got us killed.
Laxness grants opportunity.
Switches to me while laying on the ground. Lackness. Oh, it's like being insulted by the AI. Bad luck. Nah, that was a skill issue. That was my fault. I assumed with the patrol that had been there that had been in the that the lower Red Ogre Pen and upper Red Ogre Pen were like, I guess, more of an area, and that intermediary spot was considered part of the lower Red Ogre Pens. Like, I knew a monster could spawn there, but I assumed that once you got into that first part, it wouldn't. Or that it would still be protected by the patrol that had appeared before. Whoops. My bad. That's my fault. Right, that's why I'm playing this character. I need to do this for Action Falchion and whatnot, but I also need Mason Sword, because of course I do. This has crit and crit power, because yes. It's fine. Yeah, sure, this will be fine. Headshots, refund, refund, yeah.
Kruber, do you really plan on spending the rest of your short
Oh,
life
my neck.
under One-Eye's thumb?
Sorry, my neck
No,
is...
I don't. And this ain't
After
exactly
doing
the first
Geheimnisnacht,
time you've
I developed a pinching
So,
feeling in my
it
neck.
appears you care about absolutely
A large
Probably from being
ship
stressed
and
for extended
Fester
periods of
are
time.
currently camped down
And it
in the
hasn't quite
ruins of
gone away,
Karak
so...
Knoll. Now, Skaven are
This will be a long boss fight.
So, you're gonna sneak in,
Potentially.
kill their warlord, and watch the chaos unfold.
He is still the easiest boss in the game, so we got that going for
But
us,
at the very
which is
least,
nice.
I think we'll delay the work on the Skittergate. Oh, don't look at me like that. You know.
I
you
will say, the
enjoy
skull
it
did
once
set...
you're there.
Like, whenever Ford had come back to Vermintide 2, and whenever I came back to Vermintide 2, it was specifically for Geheimnisnacht, and... Coming back to Geheimnisnacht difficulty on Legend... Skill twins even more. My goodness. But yeah, Ford and I had originally come back for Skull Twins even more fun. You are a madman. Yeah, Ford and I had come back for Geheimnisnacht, and because Dark Tide soon...
Keep this up, and I might not find you contemptible.
There's just a little rat. We came back, and we immediately went into Legend Geheimnisnacht, so it set, like, the mental presence that, Legend Geheimnisnacht was what we were playing on. It's what we had gotten used to. That is a lot of storm vermin.
That's an assassin, yeah. Just saw a backstabber. His assassin's dead. There'll be more.
There's a horde warp fire thrower ahead. Why does this hallway always have so many storm vermin in it?
See that? Should be around. That's nothing. Just training, that's all. Besides, couldn't do it without you.
Hush, can you hear more coming? Yawned because of your swollen egos.
Come on, finish reloading.
There is no escape.
Well, that'll do it. Forces player to reflect on their playstyle. It really did. Like, I'll say that's the reason why we're comfortable, TM, in quotes, doing duos Legend. And I'm willing to do Legend, solo Legend with bots. So, not true solo. Is because we did Geheimnisnacht, and we're just... Geheimnisnacht really makes you clean up your playstyle. You iron out your mistakes, or you die.
We're blessed.
Maybe it's the gate of entrance and the storm vermin are the security. Perhaps. I mean, in all fairness, Ford and I have never successfully done a Cataclysm run, in part because we're in that infinite grind for Reds, and playing on Cataclysms you don't get item drops, as far as I'm aware. But we don't really Cataclysm, in part because it's just like, okay, we have a choice, either duo Cataclysm with bots, oh what fun. Why didn't that hit? First damage of the run is from the elf.
Ranald's joy. Bomb here.
Real quick, why is there no sorry on the quick wheel? Why is there only thank you, yes, no, come here, monster, and patrol?
That's a gas rat.
Oh yeah, if you can do Legend Skull, you're ready for Cataclysm. Like we did all the challenges on Legend difficulty whenever we were doing Geheimnisnacht. It's just we also wouldn't be getting the reward we want, if you know what I'm saying. That, and if we started going into Cataclysm, it'd be me and Ford and 2 bots, or me and bots, or we'd do quick play with randos, and randos aren't exactly the best for, ever saying sorry themselves.
Here, this bridge.
My mind just deleted itself. I have no idea what I was in the middle of saying. Or doing quick play, and quick play people are notoriously bad at communicating. And I'm not saying Cataclysm requires communication. I'm sure there are people out there who control true solo Cataclysm. It's not me and it's not Ford.
You think pain will stop me? Storm burning.
No more kills for you, assassin. Fare thee well, fire rat.
US server Euro? This is US.
Can't deny that you know how to kill elf.
This is nothing. You should have seen me at Hogger's Bridge. Dozens I cleaned.
Hogger's Bridge.
No sorry emotic. Yeah.
2 known regiments vanished with
I guess for a lot of characters, the sit ground can be considered a sorry. They're coming from behind.
Yeah, this doesn't look good, does it? Down here.
No. I mean, you're correct, but... Rattling gunner. Oh, there's also a gas rat.
Black one.
Strike them down. Cut. Get out of it, Tom.
You injured the gas rat, but not the... You didn't kill it.
Boy, here.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's gonna explode. It bled out. Yeah, we'll go with that.
That rat's got a reach, all right.
No sorrow for a dead packmaster.
Don't know much about the US Cata player base. You took that talent. Yeah, I know, Ford. You already shot me. All the damage I've taken this run is from you and your bleed. Wasn't the best idea to give my back to that storm vermin, but it worked out in the end. I'm gonna go ahead and ask: is the European Euro servers, are they actually, you know, capable of communication and coordination on Cata? Yeah, I'm gonna need ammo too.
See that? Assassin's coming.
The pro are probably playing Twitch only. Yeah, the 200 and modded 300 and 400% is really popular, I've noticed. There he is.
Ignor's teeth. What was that?
Go softly into your failure, assassin.
Warp fire thrower spawned behind us. Loot rat, but there's nowhere to go, loot rat.
God, rat.
Rolling gun. Dead. Think of it. There's a scryer rat close. Here, ammunition.
What was my question? I've forgotten, I'm going to be honest. Are the people over... I think I asked if the people over on the European servers are more talkative than the people in the... So most players speak English. No, I mean, like, are they willing to talk and coordinate via the voice chat or through typing? Because, like, even using the quick callouts of calling out patrol can be like pulling teeth on over here on quick play. Don't talk, you boink rats. I mean... I feel like using that term for what you do here, and a lot of the terms for rat smashing that people do, even the term rat smashing, is something you'd find on fucking Fur Affinity, not necessarily in a video game. Don't worry, Ford, I won't force you to... I won't goad you into picking up the Grim this time. He already has a Grim, Ford. Right. You picked it up. You mad lad. Was your word choice somehow offensive? No, no, no. It's a joke that, about, you know, the furries and what furries do when there's vaguely anthropomorphic characters. There's an assassin over there. There's also a hole in the map. Ford never killed the assassin. So it wasn't at all offensive. You're fine. It's just humorous, comical.
I hear something. Gas rats.
Okay, we have the Tomes and Grims. There's a... There he is. Sorry if I caused... Sorry I caused you confusion there. That was not my intention.
Hey, come here, black rat. Found bombs.
Why do I bring you? On an unrelated note, it always did bother me that the slow decay of temp HP counts in the final stat card of damage taken. Like, I get getting hit and losing temp health that way, but the slow decay, it always bothered me. Why must you harm me this way?
Yeah, that ratling's dead. Oh, teeth, kill the gas rats.
2 gas rats, 2 rattling gunners. There's a 3rd rattling gunner. Or is that the 2nd one again?
The gunner's dead.
The bot's just soaked in... and the automatic weapons fire. It's beautiful.
You're a credit to your regiment. It's all service, sir. We all crackheads in the same cause.
Same cause. Yes, of course. We are so alike.
Alright. Not a storm vermin, that's a storm vermin.
Here, clap your ears on that. I reckon it's a fire rat. Hey, ring below.
No horde, we haven't hit. There's the horde, good. That missed.
That gas rat's about to blow. Little, aren't you?
Nope. Rip Ratelgi. I shouldn't laugh. It's not funny. It's hilarious. I didn't mean to fall down here, but I did. That's what we call a cascading failure.
I can't take much more. Bombardier, dead and gone.
And that's what we call fat shark quality. Had the perfect specials for that spot. A warp fire thrower spawned in behind us. Globadier spawned to the side and then wandered off because my bullet... I'm going to assume my bullet phased through it without any harm. Big sip of dumb fuck juice.
Don't you have a pig threshold?
And we need to get our allies before we can even get any... The last tome.
You don't.
Triggerhead. Yeah, there's a trigger in this area, and there's one in the lower Red Ogre pens. Look, as long as it's not a Minotaur, I can probably handle it at this point.
Bet that's a storm queen. Any takers? Come on, chance a coin.
We already got the monster. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. We already triggered the monster. We don't have to worry. We can go grab the teammates and then... Apparently doing that has just thoroughly messed up. Really? What is this horrible, horrible luck? Also, they didn't get Ford up. No idea where that assassin was, but it was around. Turn around. This has been... We lack DPS. I mean, yes.
The gods are returning. We should not be found wanting.
I will be honest. Really should have, but I was too busy panicking. For 20%. Yeah, yeah. I am aware it's just one of those things where it's just like, well, things are very close. Danger close, danger close, focus.
Warrior rat. Oh, slap that black rat. Rogue
assassin behind.
Yeah, you stay down, sneaker.
Blackfire!
When we get to the boss, things are going to get magical. There he is. There he isn't.
I don't want to hear any jokes about Ubersreik's paw quarter, alright?
Why, Barden? Alright, we just had a monster. There won't be a monster down here. There could be in the higher Rat Ogre pens, but... Insert joke about statistically unlikely second monster.
Black ones! Someone flew through right at me! Die, will ya?
They are doing AI
Here
things.
we go, stairs.
Look, a warrior rat!
Look, Dahlia's gift. Something there, assassin! That fire rat won't give us any more grief.
Weapons up! It's the tougher bandit!
There is no excuse. A rat with a shield. Ha!
The assassin meets a deserved death.
Oh, storm vermin!
Why is there a storm vermin floating?
Packmaster done.
We live in strange times. There's the horde. Alright, now we're in the area Rat Ogre can spawn in.
Well done. Don't want to get separated.
You got him on a shield, Ricky! I've seen scores die in a single
God damn it.
shot.
The ratling is dead.
How? Ogre pens, we can theoretically run into a monster.
There's potions here.
Oh boy! Foot Knight Kruber's favorite Kool-Aid.
Devious elven mind is impossible to
Observe.
decipher.
The
She
purple
prefers
drink.
to shoot me now?
Another horde.
Medical supplies over here.
This story is on shield duty.
Ha! It's to be numbered against skill again.
Awaken, planet judgment, heretical world!
Strike them down.
Each kill earns a portion of my trust, Elf.
Keep it up!
A strangler comes. You should kill it swiftly.
Rattling gun, move!
There's health down there.
In sight.
need to take that gunner out fast. Gas rat! Gas rat's coughed its last!
Time for a potion.
Screw it. Ford has to take the long way around, so I might as well take a quick peek.
Here, ammunition!
That is exactly what I needed in my life. I was down to my last shot.
Warrior rats! Stop showing off! You'll never be as good as Ockree! Flame smoker! Kill the rat who bears it!
Failed gas rat. Death is too good for you.
That works.
Cog, gun rat! Rattling gun!
He's just... He was... Was he enjoying some coffee? Was he just chilling out?
They come in number!
There's some pinkies stuck.
Take that ice.
Oi, who's on block, Bill?
That hurts. Excellent.
Gas rat!
There, gas rat.
It's going to blow.
Assassin, I hear it.
Kill the hood rat. Make it suffer.
Assassin rat. So much for that assassin. That storm vermin's mine. Potion.
Speed. Why are there so many speed potions? Why?
The
Alright, gas rat.
aroma of rat
Warp fire
has
thrower.
illicit Flame as well. Heads down, mayflies.
Also rattling gunner.
Gunner's dead.
No more rattling gunner. Ambush.
Sick rat blade bastards!
The ratling's breathed his last.
What? Oh!
Might be a monster at the top of the ramp. Might be a monster on the ramp. I don't know. I hear an assassin. I see an assassin.
Not so good in a fair fight, assassin.
Alright, we're clear. Ish. Wasn't a headshot. Skaven had his head lopped up anyways.
Medical supplies here.
Yes, have a good look. I'm sure you've nothing better to do.
Assassin rat! Sneak rat is dead!
There's a hook rat.
My father's
His axe may be old,
Skaven slaver!
but his trendy days go on.
My bow
and
reaches
on.
where your hit cannot, Strangler.
Right.
Are we ready for the warlord, mayflies? There's a fire rat nearby.
Ah, come on then!
I'm a child of Athel Lauren. I'm not vested by what contraptions.
They're coming from the rear. I think there's a gas rat behind us as well. Thought I heard gas rat. Yeah, there's a gas rat over there somewhere.
Find it, kill it!
There he is.
Stay out of
There he
the
isn't.
fight.
Kill the fire rat, Ringbarazzi, while you still can!
Okay, we're good.
May this potion cure mortal
Strength.
causes.
It's better than speed. Alright, I'm gonna take a peek. Oh, I guess that answers that question.
Bombs for all here!
Oh, Ford will pick it up, or one of the bots will.
Stabber scampering nearby.
A dead
Assassin's right around this corner.
for song.
Hello, assassin.
Cutter runners down!
There's ammo up ahead. I can be a little wasteful with my ammo. My bullets.
Ha! Gas rat, and it draws nigh. Black one! Here! That's a storm vermin!
Oh, such vileness.
Hey, look, it might be a waste of my career skill, but it's got a short cooldown to begin with, so.
Tom's gift, a healing draught!
Well, there's healing. Team is mostly
A
fine.
vile brew, make no mistake.
Ah, but he's smart enough to heal anyways. Alright. Well, I'm ready.
Stay not afraid. Kill all. Slay your paymasters.
Kick him when he's down. Yeah, Skark is way easier than even the monsters in the level. He exists and he's a disappointment. God damn it. Oh well, while I'm down here. Worth it. We didn't even pop the strength pot. Also, I want to point out something that bothers me is if you use the U for the emote, you can tell teammates to drop Grims. I accidentally dropped one earlier. Makes me sad. Well.
Find the bridge. We should be away from this place.
There we go.
Cold Burns and bloody Sigmar! Yeah! closer.
Well, we had a hiccup around the middle, in the midsection, but, other than that, that was fairly clean. Although, realistically, I would have gone down had we had both Grims, because I took a pretty nasty hit during the boss fight. Not that it would have made a difference, the boss would have died a few seconds later anyways, but... Bot Barden, yep, he held his shield against the warp. Sorry, against the Storm Fiend. Yeah, he did his best. Damage taken. Fortnite really didn't take that much damage that time around. It's just, the time Ford did take damage, it killed him. Ravage Dart, good. Loot die, fantastic. All that's left is the weekly event and quick play. But I still have 5 days to do that. Alright, that was the last one for tonight. I think I'm gonna end it here. Stream's been going on for 6 hours, so I think it's actually already... It's getting late. Yes, oh my god, yes it is. Alright, so weekly event, Sinjin Twins, and the Vanguard. That doesn't seem too bad. Alright, let's open up the Soldier's Vault. Oh, orange, blue, orange. Oh, yes. Ah. There we are. Nothing of value. Ford, I swear to God, if you get another red, I will skin you alive. It was pretty bad luck. Yeah, it was rough luck, that run. It's normal. It happens. He did not get one. Good. Excellent. I'm sorry, but you've gotten a lot of reds recently, and I've hit a bit of a dry spell, outside of getting charms. Alright. I'd like to thank everyone for stopping by. Remind you to leave a follow. There's a Twitter, there's a Discord, there's a YouTube where you can watch the VODs. And yeah. Let me take a quick moment to see if there's anyone streaming currently. Who's a pretty cool dude who you guys might be interested in watching. Alright, Steam says I'm still playing Vermintide 2 despite me having closed it. Okay, it's doing that thing. Vermintide 2 for me recently has been doing this thing where it doesn't close properly. It is incredibly annoying. And none of the usual suspects are currently streaming, so it's just good night. Hope everyone has a good night, has a good morning, good whenever you watch this. I'll see you all next time.